We should be live. Hopefully everybody can hear me. And there's not too many difficulties, technical or otherwise, but we'll hope. It's the first time doing a mobile stream like this, so hopefully you guys like it. Oh, thank you for the shout out from Spo. Oh wait, no, that was hours ago. Why is that just popping up now? Weird. Huh. Anyway, weird. I think we can get that up just a little bit more. Hopefully, let me see, there's, I'm gonna check my bit rate and everything. There we go. Okay, it's starting to climb back up. Let me just double check the audio here. Okay. There we go. Cool. We can get rid of that now. All right. There we go. So, welcome on into the first inaugural episode, the premiere of Such a Brew About Nothing, episode 1. We're going to be talking about 2 commander decks today, y'all. Forgive the weird camera angle that's looking up like that. I promise you it's fine. It's just because directly behind the camera, you'll see we have cards set up on display. And the only way to get without having to... Don't worry about it. There's a reason. So, in any case, we've got the links for the 2 decks we're going to be talking about today are pinned in the chat. You can find those there. So if you want to see the deck lists on Archidekt on the website, that's archidekt.com, Archidekt. We have a profile on Archidekt there where you can check out all of our deck lists, really. But specifically, you can see the links to the 2 decks we're going to be talking about today. Also, let me post the... There we go. Yeah, vertical stream. What's up, Ree? How's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Let me get you a shout out here. Can I do that from mobile? That is the question. We're trying out mobile streaming, so... Okay, I can't do it that way, but let me just type it in. 1 sec. There we go. We'll get you a shout out in the chat there. Friends, if you're not already following Starry, that's star with 2 R's _RHI, fix that. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about some Magic the Gathering today. We're going to be talking about 2 decks in particular. I felt they were a good theme. Yes, of course. You're very welcome, sweetheart. I thought it was a good, appropriate theme since we've played a lot of these Sony PlayStation games on stream to talk about Jin Sakai and Aloy. But we'll be going a little more in depth. You're on a bus, so you can't hear. Well, I'm so sorry. You're probably not missing much, just me yapping on. So I'm sure it's fine. That said, hey friends, ads coming up in about a minute and a half. If you don't want to watch ads, easiest way to do that, subscribe. You get 20 free emotes that you can use all across Twitch. I forgot to change those out for the month because I'm a goofus. But they will change as soon as we end the stream tonight. It is Fanuary, so we'll have a bunch of fan favorite emotes. You got an extra bonus day on January, because I forgot. So you can subscribe. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription to a Twitch channel of your choice with Twitch Prime. Why not consider this channel? I think it's pretty good, but I'm also pretty biased. In addition, if you want to support the channel financially and help a homie not watch ads, you can gift subscriptions, or if you have Twitch Turbo, it lets you watch ad-free across all of Twitch, and Twitch then pays the streamer the same amount as if a Tier 1 subscriber is watching during an ad break. All of these financial compensation means... of course, bits is a great way to toss a coin to your streamer if you just want to say, hey, I like what you do, but not break the bank. Even though subscriptions are like $6, Twitch Turbo is like $13. They're not super expensive, but I get it. The economy is in a weird state right now. In any case, any and all financial compensation is always appreciated, but never required. Just the fact that you are here means the fucking world to me. You mean the fucking world to me. That said, friends, ads incoming like 5 seconds. We're gonna yap a little bit about Magic while I wait for those ads to start. And also, just a reminder, if you see me step off camera for a minute or there's a long pause, probably blowing my nose because I'm dealing with allergies. It's been a awful snotty mess for me for the last couple days, but I'll live, or I won't. We'll see. So for those who don't know, what we're not going to really be getting into is talking about how to play Magic. There are tons of resources out there to teach you how to play Magic the Gathering, to explain the rules of Commander, things like that. What we're primarily doing is just talking about Commander brews. Brewing, affectionate, is a term for building decks, right? You brew a deck. So, what we're primarily going to be discussing in this show is Magic the Gathering decks that I've built. And then, you know, if I finish those and want to do other stuff, I don't know. We'll figure it out from there. Magic is an ever-evolving thing. Stuff is ever-changing. You're always adding to decks. Decks are almost never really finished with Magic. Like, you build... I mean, I myself, I have... It's like upwards of 40, almost 50 decks across Oathbreaker and Commander, the two formats that I enjoy, and a couple 60-card decks. But it's a game that you're never really done with, because anytime new cards are released, you inevitably find one, at least, that you're like, this card would be really good in this deck, and then you got to find what to swap it with. So you're kind of always building, right? That said, I myself built the decks that I wanted to build, and I've largely, I'll go through phases of rebuilding, right? Where I'll kind of collect cards over a number of months and be like, okay, these cards would be good for this, these cards would be good for this, these cards would be good for this. And when I get a decent stack, then I go through and update all of the decks. Just because otherwise you will drive yourself insane, and it would be a full-time job just tinkering and brewing and tuning decks. Also, worth pointing out, you can see on our Architect profile that either of those deck links will take you to, the little bio synopsis there. You will see that some of my decks do vary in power level from the bracket system. Most of them bracket 2 or 3. There's very few that are bracket 4. I don't tend to play a lot of highly competitive Magic the Gathering, but for many years, the joke that my brother dubbed me with was, I'm the Magic Chef. So, when I build a deck, I try to always build flavor first. That's why I'm the Magic Chef. right? So I may not always build the most fine-tuned, I may not have the most optimal cards. I have decks that don't run Soul Rings, you know, that kind of stuff, where I may not always have the most optimized thing in there, but I always try to build with a specific theme behind why a lot of cards are there. So, that said, without further ado, let's get into our first deck. Starting today, we are going to be talking about one of my new favorites, and thus undefeated. It's going to be backwards because it's a backwards camera, but you can see the deck link in there. This is a white, blue, and black, or Esper, as the color combination is known, deck called This Is Not a Place of Honor. It is featuring Jin Sakai as the commander, and let's have a look at him, shall we? So, there you go. Sorry, it's going to be a little bit crooked because Spider-Man's holding quite a few cards there. Shout out to Happy Boy Games for the neat remote holder that he gave me here. It also doubles as my Magic card holder. Also, shout out to Omega on Deck, who is a personal friend that made all of the music that you're hearing right now. Sorry, I'm going to grab a chair here since I can sit at the desk and we can talk about these cards. So, one of the cool things about this deck is not only did I build it with the specific intention of making a fun Esper equipment, or what's called Voltron deck, but I also picked all of the cards in this based off of what I felt they meant or had a simile to for a character or a thing in the game, right? And, well, we're going to talk about them in that order. So I wrote a little cheat sheet. You can see in my awful handwriting explanations, but like, why is this card in the deck? Well, this is, you know, reminiscent of that character, and thought of, you know, well, here's the reasons why I feel like this card is evocative of that. But up first, we have Jin Sakai, Ghost of Tsushima. He's 1 and Esper, white, blue, black, for a 2/4 human samurai. Whenever Jin deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card. That's very good because Esper, blue has a lot of card draw, but traditionally white and black don't offer you a ton of card draw. Black will have some card draw, but it's mostly for like sacrificing creatures or losing life, things like that. But the fact that he gets it on dealing combat damage is very good, especially on a commander. Because, of course, if you're unfamiliar, one of the ways that you can win the game, every player is at 40 life, one of the ways you can win is by either killing all of your opponents in-game, in Minecraft, or dealing 21 commander damage. So, as we look through here, whenever a creature you control attacks a player, if no other creatures are attacking that player, you get to choose one of these two, either the standoff or the ghost. The creature gains double strike, meaning they get to hit twice for that much damage, or they can't be blocked. So it's a great way to get damage through. Now note, one of the things that I missed the first time I looked at this card, it's a player, and if no other creatures are attacking that player. So you can do this for up to 3 creatures if you're in a 4-player game. Pretty sweet. So, typically what you want to do with this deck is you want to get some way to make Jin unblockable and give him double strike, or boost the hell out of him and just make him unblockable. Why do you want him to have double strike? Well, because whenever he deals combat damage, you get to draw a card. So if I give him double strike, he's going to hit twice, so I get to draw 2 cards. So you just kind of get to keep your hand full, which is pretty great, honestly. So Jin is the commander of this deck. I don't think I need to explain what allegorical meaning Jin has as a relation to Ghost of Tsushima, because he is the card. He is Jin. Now, moving on through the deck, we get into the Sun Titan. This is a classic Magic card. If you're in white, it's very good for graveyard return, because Sun Titan costs 4 and 2 white. You get a 6/6 creature. Pretty good stat line. It has vigilance, so it doesn't tap when attacking. And whenever he enters or attacks, you may return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, of course, a permanent is anything that doesn't immediately hit your graveyard upon resolving its casting, right? So instants and sorceries are not permanents. Pretty much everything else in Magic are permanents. As long as it doesn't cost over 3, Sun Titan can get it back. So it's very good if you have cheap equipment that got destroyed, or smaller creatures that got blown up, or lands. If you have lands that will let you search your library, things like that, you can bring them back with Sun Titan. The great thing about this is kind of a big fella. And because he doesn't tap, you get a 6/6 blocker after you're done attacking. And then with Jin's stat line, with Jin's abilities, I can make him double strike. I could make him unblockable, so I'm guaranteed that 6 damage getting through. So pretty good card to have in the deck. This is, of course, the allegorical connection for Lord Shimura, Jin's uncle, right? He's kind of this shining arbiter for the island of Tsushima. He is the Jito of the island, meaning he basically is effectively the ruler of the island in samurai clan terms. So I figured that was a good fit for Lord Shimura. Moving on, we have Archfiend of the Dross, cost 2 and 2 black for a 6/6 flying Phyrexian demon. It enters with 4 oil counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, you remove an oil counter, and then if it has no oil counters on it, you lose the game. But whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, its controller loses 2 life. This is great for if you're sending in Jin with double strike and not making him unblockable, or any of your creatures rather, because of course they're going to want to block, and then they're taking damage whenever or losing life whenever their blockers are dying. Now, why would I want a creature that is only going to be around for 4 turns when there's not really any proliferate in the deck? Well, we will see why in just a moment. There is a card that is wildly funny and can cause an instant death on a player that pairs with this. What card should you use to power up Blue Eyes White Dragon? I don't know, Spo, because I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, how's it going, buddy? Glad to see you. Good to have you. Let me get you a shout out here. There we go. Friends, if you're not following SpoRx, or Sporks as I like to call him, then do so. Change that. So this card is allegorical. It's one day Magic will drop a Yu-Gi-Oh! Collab and people will go nuts. Maybe. I'm really here for the collabs. I've really been enjoying them. But Archfiend of the Dross here, this is my placeholder for well, not placeholder, but my connection to Khotin Khan, the main villain for Ghost of Tsushima, because there's overall in the game, there's 4 zones. You have the 3 main zones in the base game, and then the Iki Island. So I thought the, with the 4 oil counters, and then if he loses control of those, losing the game. I don't know. I just felt that was a good theme, and he looks like a villain. So there's my Khotin Khan. Up next, we have Massacre Girl, 3 and 2 black for a 4/4 menace human assassin. This is one of the anime alt arts from, what set was that? Ravnica Remastered. So, Massacre Girl enters the battlefield. Each other creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1. That continues to trigger. So, this card is a board wipe on a creature, because it'll come in, any 1 toughness creatures die. Toothpick is a good idea for pointing. Reminds me of a professor board. Thank you. I appreciate it, because I was like, well, at the position I'm in, my fingers are kind of big, and it's, your camera wants to autofocus on the finger, but it's not going to do it on a toothpick. And it gives me a lot more fine motor control. So thank you. Thank you for the compliment. So yeah, your 1 toughness creatures are all going to die. Yeah, autofocus is a real thing, and there's no way to shut that off for streaming from mobile. So I realized that as I was setting this up. I was like, oh, autofocus is going to be a problem if I have, a finger in frame. So let me get a toothpick, and then I can point more accurately. But yeah, it'll kill all the 1 toughness, then all the 2 toughness, then the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, and so on, until it eventually either doesn't kill a creature or everything but her is gone. So, pretty good card for 5 mana. In addition, this is the allegorical connection for Yuna. Honestly, the big reason Yuna does some assassin stuff. She's the one who teaches Jin how to, do less than reputable, honorable samurai things, and wields a dagger, which, the dagger plays a big role for Yuna's character in the game. Up next, we have Curdle. I don't remember how you actually say this character's name, but I'm going to say Cridle of Baldur's Gate. A blue and a black for a 1/3 human elf rogue. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, that player loses 1 life and mills a card. Then you gain 1 life and scry 1. Pretty dope ability for a character that you want to be dealing damage. And whenever you attack, you may pay 2. If you do, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Why is that important? Well, because, here again, for Jin, because I can choose to give double strike or can't be blocked, this way I can attack with Jin here and choose to give him double strike and then pay 2 mana and make him unblockable. So I'm getting that double strike commander damage and making him unblockable. Plus, I can then also just choose to make Cridle unblockable so that my opponent is losing life, milling cards, I'm gaining life, and scrying. This is the allegorical connection for Taka, Yuna's brother. Why? Because this unblockable thing, I was like, Taka's the one who makes you the grappling hook. And that felt kind of thematic to me. So that's a fun creature to hit your opponents with. You get a lot of groans around the table when Cridle comes down. Up next we have Mangara the Diplomat. 3 and a white for a 2/4 lifelink human cleric. Lifelink, of course, is whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain that much life. Also has whenever an opponent attacks with creatures, if 2 or more of them are attacking you or planeswalkers you control, you get to draw a card. Jin is also very good at making you draw cards. So in Magic, there's the age-old favorite phrase, drawing cards wins games. So anytime you see draw a card on stuff, that's a good thing. You want to draw cards. Drawing cards is very good. A lot of people undervalue card draw. Also has whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card. Now, of course, in Commander, you're usually playing in 4-player pods, at least 3-player pods typically, and can be anywhere above 4, sometimes 5, usually no more than that. In rare circumstances will you play larger than a 5-man pod, but those games take forever, so typically your average table size is 4. And with that many players, eventually you do hit this point where people are casting multiple spells a turn, so it's drawing you even more cards. Who is Mangara a allegorical connection of? Well, it's Sensei Ishikawa. He's teaching you things. He's giving you new skills. He gives you your first bow and your long bow. So I felt drawing you cards, it's giving you things. Felt like a good connection there. Up next we have, this one is actually one of my favorite border treatments. You could see the reflectiveness. I can actually take it out of the sleeve here so you can see the foiling on the borders there is this like super pretty golden metallic. This was from, what was the name of that set? New Capenna. It was a neat, like, 1920s boomtown type setting, and their alt art foils were super fun because they had that gold. Anyway, this is Queza Augur of Agonies. Same casting cost as Jin, 1 white, blue, black, for a 3/4, so slightly better stats than Jin, Cephalid Advisor, and has whenever you draw a card, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. Hey, look at that. Jin likes to make you draw cards. Mangara likes to make you draw cards. What if we could drain an opponent whenever we do that? So this is a fun little creature. Typically this one you don't need to send into the red zone. You don't need to send it into combat. But a 3/4 is not nothing, especially if you give it double strike with Jin. Who is this a connection to? It's Lady Masako Adachi. Why? Because anytime you're gaining more information about the murder of her loved ones in the game, yes, Lady Masako, exactly. Shout out to our streamer friend Masako as well. That's actually how I knew how to say her name. When I first met Sak, she was like, yeah, my name's kind of hard to pronounce. That's why I just go by Sak, because a lot of people don't know how to pronounce it. And I was like, you mean Masako? I've played the shit out of Ghost of Tsushima. But as you progress through Masako's storyline, she goes a little off the deep end and wants to, do more and more murders, and it hurts Jin. So felt a little bit thematic there. Oh, emphasis on first syllable, Masako. Yeah. At least that's the way I've heard them say it in Ghost of Tsushima. If Sak says it differently, then maybe I've been saying it wrong. I just call her Empress. That's the easier route. Because the joke there being the first night that I met her, she also pointed out that the current Empress of Japan is also named Masako. Oh, you never heard her say her name and she never corrected you? That tracks. Some people don't like to correct on names because they're like, I know what you meant and that's fine. But I could also be saying it wrong too. Next up, we have, you'll notice, another Universes Beyond card. You can always tell Universes Beyond because they will, instead of having your traditional ovular gem for Magic the Gathering, the oval, Universes Beyond cards will always have the triangle. So, and you can tell from the chocobo symbol here, and you probably recognize this gentleman. This is Auron Venerated Guardian. Costs 3 and a white for a 2/5 human spirit samurai with vigilance, so he doesn't tap when attacking. Has the ability Shooting Star, which is just a flavor name. Whenever Auron attacks, put a 1/1 counter on him. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Auron's power until Auron leaves the battlefield. So we call this an O-ring effect. There was a card called Oblivion Ring that when it entered, you exiled a thing with Oblivion Ring until Oblivion Ring left the battlefield. So he gets bigger when he attacks, and you get to exile opponent's defenders, which is a pretty good ability. Anytime you can remove problematic creatures from the board, and especially with the 1/1 counter thing, he's just going to keep getting bigger so he can progressively remove bigger things. Plus, with Jin's ability, if you give him double strike, he's then a 3/5, so he's hitting for 6 damage and exiling a 3 power creature and exiling it. That's pretty good. Or he becomes a 3/6 with double strike. Oh, thank you, Happy. Also, shout out to Happy Boy Games. Let me get you a shouty. There we go. Welcome on in, brother. Yeah, thank you for the compliments on the vertical video. I am streaming from my phone. I figured the cards are vertical, so it makes sense to have the camera be vertical. You know? But yeah, Auron here, attacking at a 3/6. The first time he attacks, it's pretty good. The Spider-Man holder is fun too. Thank you. Yeah, the card holder. Yes, so there you go, chat. So shout out to Happy Boy Games because he gave me this for my birthday this year, just last week. Actually, it's been a week ago to the day. Yeah, this is actually it's a controller holder. So that's normally where my PlayStation 5 remote sits. But I was like, this is actually just the right height. Because initially, I was like, oh, this actually could work as a phone holder. I could put my phone here and use it as my tripod to film from. But then it was going to have super weird angles. And also, from where the camera is placed on the phone, you just see like the little top red dome of Spider-Man there in the frame. And I was like, I don't like it. I'll get the tripod set up. Auron was the man and still is. So this card actually is from the Final Fantasy X Commander deck. They did make Commander decks for a bunch of the Final Fantasy games, which we will be talking about them eventually on Such a Brew. But this one is in the deck because it's my allegorical connection to, oh goodness help me, what's his name? Norio, the angry monk, right? The combat monk from Ghost of Tsushima. The longer you're with Norio, the more powerful he becomes, the more he gets into combat. Yeah, I felt that, kind of felt like a good connection for Norio. Up next, Lion Sash, one of the best things to come out of Magic the Gathering in like the last 5 years, 6 years. This is from the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty set, which if you didn't know, Kamigawa is an entirely Japanese-themed plane. It is one of my favorites in Magic the Gathering. Lion Sash here costs 1 and a white for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment cat. Now you'll notice some of these, like Auron here, was a legendary creature, meaning that this could be a commander. Any creature that's a legendary can be your commander, of course. Creature it's a thing what can attack and tap. Artifact is a different card type. So sometimes you have these artifact creatures. So it is both an artifact and a creature. Now we'll also be looking at some other equipment because this is of course a Voltron deck is what you call it when you have a bunch of equipment. So what you want to do is get a bunch of equipments onto creatures, and with Jin having double strike, he'll hit for a lot more the more equipments you put on him. Now, why is Lion Sash so good? Because for 1 white mana, you can exile target card from a graveyard if it was a permanent. So anything that's not an instant or sorcery is a permanent. If you exile any card, and it is from a graveyard, so I can exile things from my opponent's graveyard, and if they're permanents, I put 1/1 counters on Lion Sash. Now, why is that important? Important because Lion Sash will continue to get bigger the more +1/+1 counters he has. Note, equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash, and then has Reconfigure too. So Reconfigure was a really neat keyword where you could pay 2 mana and attach this to a target creature you control, or unattach it. You have to do it at sorcery speed, but while attached, it isn't a creature, it just becomes an equipment. So the Lion Sash can turn into gear to put on your creatures. And because it will now maintain this ability, so I could put this on, say, Jin, for example, right? So we could put this on my boy Jin here, and every counter that Lion Sash gets is going to make Jin bigger. And I can continue to exile things from opponents' graveyards and continue making Jin bigger. If my opponent removes Jin, if they use a kill spell or an exile or something like that, and remove him, this equipment falls off, but then becomes a creature immediately again. That's why these were so good. Because this is, oh, it comes in as a creature, so I can still use it to attack and block. But I can also make it an equipment and make my other creatures even better. And then even if you remove the creature, well, this is still got a bunch of 1/1 counters on it and potentially a problem. Allegorically, this is Ryuzo from Ghost of Tsushima. Why? Because Ryuzo is a Ronin who wound up in exile and continued to pull other Ronin exiles into his group, and then at one point joins up with Jin and gives him a Ronin costume. So that's where the equipment part came in. So you see the connection there, I hope. And if not, well, I can't do much about that. Excuse me while I grab a drink here. Hey, speaking of Final Fantasy, we have Aerith Gainsborough. I really did love Aerith. I played through Final Fantasy VII last year in, I think it was like summer last year, just before I started streaming. I beat the original Final Fantasy VII. Aerith is absolutely a sweetheart. It's unfortunate that a lot of the cool stuff you get for her, spoilers for a almost 30-year-old game, by the way, Aerith dies. I think by now we all know it. So Aerith here costs 2 and a white for a 2/2 creature, human cleric with lifelink. So of course, whenever she deals combat damage, you gain that much life. Whenever you gain life, you didn't know? I'm so sorry. At this point, it's almost a full-on meme. What is Aerith? Why is Aerith? Why is Aerith? Well, I can't really tell you why. That's even further spirit. Who is Aerith? Okay, so Aerith was in Final Fantasy VII. The cool thing that I really like about the Final Fantasy VII, or the Final Fantasy cards in general, that they did on all of the cards from the set, both the Commander set with the Chocobo symbol, or the FF Crystal for the main set. If you look down on the very bottom, it will tell you what Final Fantasy game that it came from. So Auron is of course from Final Fantasy X. Aerith is your usually she's your main healer in Final Fantasy VII. You didn't realize they had Final Fantasy characters? Yes. So around let's see, it was June of 2025. They released the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set, and it is, to this day, the best-selling Magic the Gathering set of all time. Magic's been around for almost 35 years. This broke every record. That's why I really liked these cards. Well, also it's Final Fantasy. But Aerith is a little flower girl who, I say little, she's like in her late teens, I think they're supposed to be, or early 20s. I think they're supposed to be early 20s. Living in the slums of Midgar, she sells flowers to people. Are they really good or just popular IP? Yes. Both are true. There's a lot of very good cards, and it's popular IP. Because they did cover, they made cards for all 16 Final Fantasy games, all the mainline numbered ones. So a lot of fan favorite characters are in the set. Some of them had multiple versions, like there's a few different Clouds, there's a few different Tifas, there's a few different Aeriths. But this card itself is very good. As you can see, so it hits for 2 damage. You gain 2 life. Whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on her. So then she becomes a 3/3. So the next time she hits for 3 damage. And then she becomes a 4/4, and so on, right? Now, why is this really good? Well, because with Jin, if I attack with Aerith alone, I could, if I have something that makes her unblockable already, or my opponent doesn't have a decent blocker, I could give her double strike. So then she hits for 2 damage on first strike, and then hits for 2 damage again. So that's 2 instances of gaining life. So she hits the first time for 2, I gain 2, she becomes a 3/3, hits the second time for 3, I gain 3, she becomes a 4/4. That's why she's so good. Also, when she dies, because, hey, spoiler alert, like I said, that's why this ability is here, you put X 1/1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of 1/1 counters that were on Aerith Gainsborough. So the bigger she gets when she dies, anything you have that has the legendary creature type gets 1/1 counters equal to the number that she had. So Jin gets them, Orin gets them, who else? Mangara, Quasar, Krydle, Massacre Girl. There's so many legendary creatures in this deck because if Aerith dies, I want to be able to beef up the entire board and possibly end the game. This character, for me, the connection is Yuriko, the nursemaid slash surrogate mom to Jin, who makes you the poison out of the flowers in Ghost of Tsushima. Why? Well, spoiler alerts for a 5-year-old game. I don't know why my autofocus keeps... I think I got too close to the camera once or twice, and now it's trying to focus on the toothpick. Yuriko dies in Ghost of Tsushima when you complete her side quest. 5-year-olds, watch out. Yeah, this game came out when you were born. So, I thought that was a good connection for Yuriko because she's also a beloved character who dies mid-game, but makes your characters stronger. Gives them more resolve upon her passing. Up next, we have Ardent Intrepid Archaeologist. This is one of the most broken commander cards they've ever released. Well, it's just a good card in general, but especially in a equipment and aura themed commander deck, this card is nuts. So, 2 and a white for a 2/2 Core Scout. Says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of target auras and equipment you control to target permanent or player. And has partner, which isn't really relevant in this deck, but partner is a cool keyword they released with Commander Legends, so that if you had 2 creatures with partner, 2 legendary creatures, you could have both of them be your commander. So if you had, say, a white legendary creature with partner and a red legendary creature with partner, you could have a red-white commander deck, right? Because they could both be your commander. Why is this so good? Because this attaches auras and equipment for free. We'll be looking at some equipments in a bit here. And some of them have ridiculously high equip costs, but very low casting cost. This creature, when I played this deck last Friday, was letting me swing for 12 damage on turn 3. It was gross. This character, connection-wise to characters from the games, is Kenji or Taro, both of the merchant characters. Why? Because they're constantly creating problems and also finding you useful things. Felt thematic. This creature, very often not one you send into combat. This one tends to hang back and just let you move your equipments around as needed. Up next, we have Triskaidekaphile. What is a Triskaidekaphile? Well, it's somebody who loves the number 13. Triskaideka is 13. Phile is enjoyer. You can also have Triskaidekaphobia, which is another Magic the Gathering card, which is the fear of the number 13. Triskaidekaphile here costs 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard. You have no maximum hand size. That's one of my favorite type lines. Just, I can have as many cards as I want. Especially when you have Jin as your commander, whom, whenever he deals combat damage, is drawing you cards. If you give him double strike, you're drawing 2 cards every time he hits. You see how that can get out of hand. The hand limit is 7 in Magic, so this can be very important to stop you from having to discard. Also, at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win the game. And you can pay 3 and a blue mana to just draw a card. Like I said, cards that say draw a card are undervalued. They're almost always good. This is the connection to... one sec, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Goodness. Pardon me. My allergies are still running amok on me. This is Tomoe for me as the connection. She's the character that, of course, Sensei Ishikawa is hunting down. Why is it Tomoe? Well, because she's helping you, but has her own schemes for how to win the day. So because it's alternate win condition, felt thematic there. Also, the flavor text felt thematic to a Tomoe. She's always willing to lend a hand. It just won't be her own. Because she does regularly, say she's going to help you and then doesn't help you. Also, if this doesn't look familiar to the, if you've seen the other arts of Triskaidekaphile, that's because this is the bundle foil alt art that came out with Midnight Hunt. So that's why it looks a little bit different. And up next, this is the final character for Ghost of Tsushima that we're going to be talking about for the deck. We have Teysa, Envoy of Ghosts, 5 white-black, high mana cost, but only a 4/4 human advisor. Why is it so high a mana cost for such a small creature? Because it has vigilance, so it doesn't tap when attacking, and protection from creatures. So she's always unblockable. No creatures can block her. Pretty good. Also, whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, destroy that creature. So, this is a good, what's called a stacks piece. It takes its name from a card in Magic, an older card called Smokestacks. Stacks pieces usually are things that punish your opponents and keep them from attacking you, or make them want to not attack you. So that line of text right there, the whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, destroy it, people don't want to attack you because all of a sudden they lose their shit. In addition, you put a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying onto the battlefield as you destroy that creature. So not only is it going, okay, yeah, you can attack me, I have vigilance, and I have protection from creatures, so she won't tap when attacking, and she won't take damage from creatures, because protection's a weird old keyword that says it cannot be targeted or dealt damage or in any ways otherwise be affected by target thing. So like protection from red means can't have anything red target this. Creatures means can't have creatures do anything to this. So she's basically an invincible blocker that also if they do hit me, I destroy their attacker and I'm making more bodies. That's pretty good. Now, a spirit with flying kind of feels reminiscent to like a bird. Why is that important? Well, because this is the connection for the Eagle, the villain from the Icky Island DLC. Why the Eagle? Because the eagle poisons you and makes you see visions of ghosts from the past. Like, you basically get the whole story of Jin's dad. Also, the spirits, like eagles. And she kills a lot of people. And it's very hard to hit her. So, Teysa is my stand-in for the eagle. Oh, I misspoke. This is the last creature from Ghost of Tsushima that we will be talking about. You probably could figure out what I'm going to say this creature is, connection-wise, if you've played Ghost of Tsushima. So we have Cloudsteel Kirin, 2 and a white for a 3/2 flying creature, artifact creature, equipment Kirin. A Kirin is a kind of like a horse spirit in Japan folklore. It's like a horse dragon spirit, kind of like Falcor. Think about it like that. Yo, what's up, Bo? How's it going, buddy? Let me get you a shout out right quick. There we go. There we go. Got a shout out in the chat for you. So Cloudsteel Kirin has a kind of busted line of text. So we talked about Lion Sash earlier. Cloudsteel Kirin also has reconfigure, but this time it's 5. But if I pay 5, this becomes an attachment that I put, an equipment that I attach to a creature I control. The equipped creature gains flying, meaning it can only be blocked by other creatures with flying or creatures that have reach. So it makes it easier for the creatures that it's attached to hit, but also says you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Absolutely ridiculous. There's a card called Platinum Angel that we'll talk about one day whenever we talk about my Angel Tribal deck, or Angel Kindred deck. Platinum Angel has this similar line of text. So, very good to put on one of your creatures. Basically, it just says, hey, do whatever you want to me. I don't care. I can't lose. Very good card. What is this the connection to? It is, well, for me, it was Kage and then ultimately Sora, the horses that you get as Jin Sakai. Felt kind of thematic in that, you know, there's, when you play Ghost of Tsushima, you kind of get this feeling, especially by the time you get the horse charge ability with the Icky Island DLC, that like, as long as I have my horse, I can't lose. And so that felt like a good connection there. What'd you say there, Bo? I had a bad landing in Microsoft Flight Sim earlier. The grass that's next to runways, I got that going too fast. Oof. So sorry. Well, at least it was just in a video game, right? Could have been way worse. Up next, now we're getting into the Ghost of Yotei characters. So you can see this is an actual Ghost of Yotei art. You have Atsu, the Ghost of Yotei, 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human rogue. You'll notice whenever you see this small line of text underneath, that means this is actually a reprint of a Magic the Gathering card. And that is its original name, and it's been renamed as this for this reprint. So, this is a reprint of Tetsuko Umezawa Fugitive. That is a classic must include for any ninja decks or ninjutsu-based decks, because creatures you control with power or toughness, 1 or less, can't be blocked. So very good. when you have a creature like her that has only 1 power, means she's always unblockable. And it works on any of those 1/1 spirits you get from Teysa. Works on, what else? There's some other 1 power and toughness creatures in the deck. I don't remember. Oh, Lion's Sash if you're swinging in at low power. If you just need to push some damage through, it's a great way to do that. There's nothing more straightforward than that. I don't have to say much more about it because, of course, the connection to the game's pretty straightforward. It's Erika Ishii's Atsu from Yote, my favorite video game. Up next, we have more Universes Beyond cards. You could see, is it secret? Is it safe? We have Lotho, Corrupt Sheriff. White and a black for a 2/1. Again, matters with that Atsu, right? And has, whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, you lose 1 life and make a treasure token. Treasure tokens are one of the most broken things that they've ever made in Magic the Gathering. Most Magic players will agree on that. Treasure tokens are artifacts that you can tap and sacrifice to add a mana of any color. So you have mana on a stick. So whenever any player, that includes you, casts their second spell, you lose life, make a treasure token. Kind of gross. Kind of gross for an ability. Pairs well with Mangara the Diplomat. Mangara says whenever a player casts their second spell, you draw a card. If you have Mangara and Lotho, you draw a card, lose a life, and make a treasure. Can't beat that. Who is this a stand-in for? Well, it's the big bad from Ghost of Yote. It's, oh, I've forgotten his name now. Good thing I have my handy-dandy cheat sheet where I wrote down all the connections for the characters, because I went that level of beautiful mind when I built this deck. Lotho, Corrupt Sheriff, is the Oni from Ghost of Yote. Why? Because he collects all these various treasures in his kingdom. Anyone who watched our playthrough of Ghost of Yote will remember when we went into his throne room and got to check out his treasures and stuff. Yeah, felt thematic there. Up next, more Lord of the Rings cards. We have Samwise the Stout-Hearted, 1 and a white for a 2/1 halfling peasant with Flash. Flash is a fun keyword that says you get to cast this creature at instant speed. Meaning I can cast this creature spell at any time I want, not just in my main phase. And when Samwise the Stout-Hearted enters the battlefield, choose up to 1 target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn. Return it to your hand. Then the ring tempts you. So this is a great card for if somebody kills one of your creatures, or if you had a fetch land or a search spell, something like that. Go to your discard pile. This is a great way to get it back to your hand to use it again. Well, I mean, like I said at the top of the show, we're not going to necessarily teach you how to play Magic. There's tons of video resources that do that better than I could. The Command Zone is a great way to learn how to play Commander and Magic the Gathering in general. We're mainly just talking about decks that I've built just for fun because I have a lot of them and I love this game. So this is kind of like a mini Sun Titan effect. We saw Sun Titan earlier, but it's only for the turn that it went to the graveyard. So somebody board wipes and kills all of your creatures. If you have the mana open, you can drop Samwise and get one of your important creatures back so that you could cast it later. Now, why is the ring tempting you important? Because the ring tempts you is also kind of a busted ability that they did in Magic the Gathering. So when the Lord of the Rings set released, you had this ring tempts you mechanic. So whenever the ring tempts you, you get an emblem called the ring if you don't already have one. Then your emblem gains its next ability and you choose a creature you control to become and remain your ring bearer. The ring can tempt you even if you don't have a creature. It gains the abilities in order from top to bottom. Once it gains an ability, it has it for the rest of the game. Each time the ring tempts you, you have to choose a creature if you control one. It can be the same creature you've already chosen. And each player can only have one emblem named the ring and only one ring bearer. So what are the levels of the ring tempting you? Well, I don't have the actual ring emblem card, so these little stand-ins are a great way to note that. The first time the ring tempts you, your ring bearer becomes legendary and can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. The second level, on attack with your ring bearer, you get to draw a card and discard a card. On the third level, if your ring bearer gets blocked, they have to sacrifice the blocker at end of combat. Whether they kill your creature or not, it doesn't matter. That blocker dies. And then the fourth and final level, when your ring bearer deals combat damage to a player, you deal three damage to each opponent. So if you can get the ring to tempt you 4 times, you get a ton of very good abilities on whomever you choose to be your ring bearer. Note, this final one is when the ring bearer deals combat damage. Jin can give double strike. So imagine if we hit with our commander for... Yo, what's up, guy? How's it going? If we hit with our commander with double strike, we hit twice. That also hits the table for 3 damage on each of those hits. Very good for ring bearers. So, Samwise can be very good at getting you stuff back and getting that ring to tempt you. Next in the list, I guess I should point out Samwise's connection to characters from the Ghost series of games. Samwise is the dragon from Ghost of Yote. Why the dragon? Well, because he goes and gets the spider back for their dad, returns him, back to his feet, and very often doesn't survive long after that, because typically what you're going to do is Samwise is going to come in, and he's probably not going to live that long, because he's only got 1 toughness. Up next, we have Frodo Sauron's Bane, 1 white for a 1/2 legendary creature halfling citizen. So, there's a lot of text here. Let's go over it slowly. This is hybrid mana. See that white and black? I can pay either white or black to pay this cost. So if I pay, it's called, usually you refer to it by its color pairing name, which is Orzhov in Magic. So it costs Orzhov. If Frodo Sauron's Bane is a citizen, which is what he starts out as, he becomes a halfling scout with base power and toughness 2/3 and lifelink, which is not nothing, as we've already seen. Aerith cares about gaining life. Then you can pay triple black, and if Frodo is a scout... Am I out of touch with Magic now? So these are Universes Beyond cards, right? Anytime you see this triangle gem instead of the classic oval gem, those are Universes Beyond cards. So that's when another IP has also gotten Magic the Gathering cards. So we've seen some Final Fantasy ones. We've seen some Lord of the Rings. We already showed the Secret Lair cards. Jin Sakai has official cards just like Atsu. Aloy, who we'll be looking at later, also has official Magic the Gathering cards. We've also had Doctor Who, Fallout, Avatar The Last Airbender, Warhammer 40,000, Assassin's Creed, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is coming out at the end of February, beginning of March. So that's very exciting. Yeah, so I'm here for it. A lot of old Magic heads will tell you like, oh, Magic is so over, they jumped the shark. They're just putting whatever they want in there. They're selling all these licenses. I'm like, brother, this is all I've wanted since I was like 5, 6 years old playing in the backyard with my toys. I get to do Secret Wars with all my favorite things. I can have Frodo and Aerith and Jin Sakai and Megatron, and I have all of these Magic cards in one deck, and it's beautiful, and I love it. So I'm very much the... I make no apologies about it. I think that having the Universes Beyond stuff is great. Sorry, I had to hydrate. I've been doing a lot of yapping. Anyway, the final ability on Frodo here, triple black, if Frodo is a scout. So notice that this ability doesn't say until end of turn. So this becomes a permanent change that happens to Frodo. So, and it doesn't tap, so as long as I can afford it, if I have 3 mana, I can pay 1 white, and then either 2 more white or 2 more black or any combination thereof, and he's a 2/3 with lifelink. If I have an additional 3 black mana, I can just skip straight ahead to this final ability, and he can become this. So, if he's a citizen, he becomes a scout, 2/3 lifelink. If he's a scout, he becomes a halfling rogue with whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game if the ring has tempted you 4 or more times this game. Otherwise, the ring tempts you. So what does that mean? Don't worry, Papa Try's got you. So remember how we talked about this ring tempting you? Right? Samwise tempts you. Samwise has a ring tempt you when he gets a thing back. If you pay this triple black, the ring will tempt you. If it hasn't done so 4 times already. We looked at the abilities, right? Can't be blocked by greater power. You draw and discard. If it blocked, the blocker gets sacrificed at the end of combat, and then the deals damage, right? If I've gotten all the way to level 4 and I use this ability, then if Frodo hits, that opponent immediately loses the game. They're just dead. How do I get them to hit? Well, remember, Jin says, whenever a creature you control attacks a player, if no other creatures are attacking that player, I can make them unblockable. Easy enough. This becomes insta-death for opponents. If I've had the ring tempt me enough times, boom, 1 shot. So, who is Frodo in comparison to Ghost of Yote? Well, clearly, it's the spider, right? Because we had Sam. There we go. We had Sam. And then we had Frodo. The dragon and the spider. The 2 brothers. There you go. Up next, we have Baird, Steward of Argive. This is one of my favorite stacks piece creatures in Magic. Costs 2 and 2 white for a 2/4 human soldier with vigilance, so he doesn't tap when attacking, and says creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. So again, very good if you are staying in an aggressive turn cycle of attacking with all of your stuff every turn. He's making it so that your opponents aren't wanting to attack you because they're having to pay mana every time they attack with a creature. They have to pay for each of them. And most Magic players look at that and go, never mind, I'll just attack somebody else. So it allows you to stay on the aggressive without having to worry about holding up a ton of blockers. Who is Baird in comparison to Yote? Well, it's the brother. It's, what's his name? I wrote these down. Jubei. It's Atsu's brother, Jubei. He's a samurai in Ezo. He's helping stop Atsu from being attacked by the samurai. Felt thematic. Up next, we have Lauren of the Third Path. 2 and a white for a 2/1 human artificer with vigilance, and has whenever she enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. That's a great type line for 3 mana. I get a 2/1 vigilance creature that gets to blow up an artifact or enchantment. That's pretty great. And you can tap her. You and target opponent each draw a card. So this is a politic ability, right? I get to make deals because everybody loves to draw cards because drawing cards wins games. So this is a great card to make deals with your opponents and be like, hey, if you don't attack me on your turn, I'll let you draw a card. And most people are like, oh yeah, that sounds great. I love that. So very good ability on a decent body that, again, remember, vigilance, so it doesn't tap. And because it's 1 toughness, Atsu lets her attack unblocked. Pretty good. Who is this in Ghost of Yote? Well, it's our niece. It's, oh, now I've forgotten her name. Kiku. Jubei's daughter. You know, I just replayed Ghost of Yote again, like this week. And you'd think I'd remember all these names. But I don't. Hey, look, we have another Lord of the Rings card. If you've been paying close attention, viewers, you'll notice the word bundle appeared on Frodo and Sam and had similar art. So when the bundle for Lord of the Rings came out, it had 4 special foil promo cards that made up a scene. This is one of those 4. So we have Gollum, Patient Plotter, 1 and a black for a 3/1 halfling horror that says, when Gollum, Patient Plotter leaves the battlefield, the ring tempts you. So you want to be sending him in the red zone with double strike and let him block. I want him to die because I want the ring to tempt me. Why? Because easy enough, I can pay 1 black mana, sacrifice any creature I control, and return him from the graveyard to my hand. And then just recast him, and then he's back, and we give him double strike again, and we send him back, and then the ring tempts us again, and you see how the cycle continues. Who is this in Ghost of Yote? Well, I thought it was a pretty catchy connection, because we do see a character that kind of looks like this. Balding, gangly, weird, you know, like missing a bunch of teeth, bulbous eyes. It's the snake, one of the Yote 6. Specifically, the one that you fight at the very beginning of the game. Up next, we have Squall Leonhart, 2 and a white for a 2/2 human knight with first strike, vigilance, and lifelink. 3 great keywords. Also, very important for this deck, aura and equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Dropping mana costs on equipment, which are almost always colorless, is very powerful, especially when you can give this creature double strike with Jin, or just make it straight up unblockable. This, of course, is one of the Final Fantasy reprints from Final Fantasy VIII for Danitha Capuchin Paragon. Why did I choose this one? Danitha is normally a female character in the Magic the Gathering lore. Why did I go with Squall? Because this, for me, is the stand-in for Lord Saito, the main big bad from Ghost of Yote. Because this is a massive threat on the table. Saito is a massive threat in the game. Oh, I have another sneeze coming on. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Oh, never get allergies, chat. Up next, we have Blade Blizzard Kitsune. 2 and a white for a 2/2 Fox Ninja with Ninjutsu for 3 and a white and double strike. This is one of the only white ninjas in Magic the Gathering, and I mean that in the mana color. typically ninjas and ninjutsu abilities tend to sway towards blue and black, but with the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty set, they did make some ninjas in every color. This is one of them. Who is this? So ninjutsu is, I guess I should explain ninjutsu as an ability. The neat thing about it, this already has double strike, so Jin can just make it unblockable, and it's already going to do the double strike thing. Ninjutsu as an ability is one of the most broken things they've ever created for Magic. Ninjutsu is if you have an attacking creature that is unblocked, which Jin can make them unblockable, as can Atsu if they're small enough. You return that unblocked creature to... You pay this mana and use this ability. You return that unblocked creature to your hand and you put this one tapped and attacking in its place. So, imagine, if you will, we attack with Atsu, for example, who's a 1/3 that is just going to deal 1 damage. Well, my opponent can't block it because Atsu says you can't block 1 power or toughness creatures I have. I pay 4 mana, and I put this 2/2 in that's going to hit for 4 damage instead because it has double strike. So it's going to hit for 2 twice. Very good little combat trick there. Who's this a stand-in for? Well, very clearly, it's Oyuki, the original Kitsune. Next, we have Spirited Companion. It dog. We have Doge. 1 and a white for a 1/1 enchantment creature dog. So you remember we've seen some artifact creatures before. They also now have enchantment creatures. Enchantment is another permanent type in Magic the Gathering. So some things we'll care about, whenever an artifact you control dies, or whenever an artifact you control enters, or whenever an enchantment, or you'll have spells that say, go get target enchantment from your deck. This counts because it's an enchantment. And his dog. And it's a Shiba, which is my favorite kind of dog. When Spirited Companion enters, draw a card. That's just a good ability for 2 mana. I just get a 1/1 body that draws me a card. Who is this from Yote? Pretty straightforward. It's Kiba, the wolf. Our wolf from Ghost of Yote. That's why we have dog. Up next, we have Chainer Dementia Master. This is an old school Magic card. So this was part of the Dominaria remastered reprints. Chainer Dementia Master costs 3 and 2 black for a 3/3 human minion. Says all nightmares get +1/+1. Also has pay 3 black and 3 life. Put target creature card from a graveyard, that is any player's graveyard, onto the battlefield under your control. That creature is black and a nightmare in addition to its other creature types. So, any of my opponent's creatures in the graveyard. Did your opponent have something that was especially problematic that got killed? I can pay 3 mana and 3 life, and now it's mine. And not only is it mine, but it gets +1/+1, so it's even bigger than before. And when Chainer Dementia Master leaves the battlefield, you do exile all nightmares. So there's the counterbalance. If anything happens to him, all the rest of those cards that I took also go away. Who is this from Yote? It's Dojin, the second Kitsune. Why? Because he's got the Kusarigama. See how it's got the ball on the chain there? And also, this reminiscent of the Kitsune ninja that he leads. And when he was defeated, the Kitsune weren't really around for very much longer. So that felt like an especially fun connection when I found that one to include. Up next, one of the most busted sets that they ever made for Magic the Gathering was Ikoria. That was actually the set that really kicked off the first Universes Beyond cards in Magic the Gathering. Because this is the set that notoriously included Godzilla alternate arts. So they were very often box toppers. So if you bought an entire booster box of Ikoria, you got a special pack that had one Godzilla card. That was basically an alt art, kind of like we had with Atsu, right? When they have that little subtitle at the bottom. Let me grab Atsu here. So you had these alt arts that had Godzilla on them, and they were reprints of other magic creatures. So they'd have their original name in that tiny text. So in Ikoria, it was full of these giant monsters, and it was a set that gave us Mutate. But it also was the first set that gave us keywords as counters. So Luminous Broodmoth here costs 2 and 2 white for a 3/4 flying insect. With whenever a creature you control without flying dies, you get to return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter, meaning it now has flying. Again, flying is what's known as evasion. It's a great thing to have on creatures if you're in a deck that is very aggressive, because flying creatures can only be blocked by other creatures with flying or with reach. So very good to be like, hey, I'm just going to attack in with this thing, and if you kill it, then I'm just going to bring it back, and now it flies. What is this from the Ghost of games, both Yotei and Tsushima? Well, I would think that this color would be a pretty good hint. It's the golden songbird, what leads you to all of the different things that you explore and find. I thought that felt like a pretty smart little include there. I was like, yeah, that kind of looks, you know, big golden bird, big golden moth. That works. And finally, our last main creature for the deck. There's one or two things that might make creatures that you'll see momentarily. But we have Keyleth, Sunmane Familiar. You can see this is another one of those partner cards I was talking about. Costs 1 and a white for a 1/1 horse. Whenever a commander you control attacks, put a 1/1 counter on it. Just, that's it. Very good. We have Jin. We want to constantly send him into the red zone and have him keep attacking. Well, every time we're attacking with Jin, he's just going to get bigger and become more and more of a problem. Who is this from Ghost of? Well, it's, for me, in Yotei, it was originally Homura, and then in my second playthrough, Mochizuki. It's Atsu's horse. And there you go. That's all of the creatures from this deck. Up next, we're going to have a look at some lands, because a Magic deck is nothing without a decent land base. And remember, friends, you can look at the Archidect links in the pinned comment on the. I'll try to remember to also include those links in the YouTube videos, the YouTube VODs as well. And if I do forget, well, somebody comment on this video and remind me. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, hi YouTube, subscribe, maybe, if you want. I'm not your dad. But you can see the cool thing about Archidect is not only will it divide the cards out by like how I've divided them, or sometimes it'll divide them out by like their type. It can also show you the price of the cards, the value of the cards. So if you wanted to build a deck like this yourself and buy all of these cards individually, it'll show you roughly, hey, this is what it would cost. Or if, you know, hey, if you have a bunch of these cards and you want to build something and maybe you're missing a couple, well, you can find what those cards are going to cost. And then the neat thing is you can click on the card and click on its link to take you directly to a card kingdom and buy the single for that card. Let me grab a quick hydration here. By the way, shout out once again to, oh, you're not going to see it very clearly. I don't really want to move the camera because I've got everything set. But shout out to Omega on Deck. Let me post that one more time in chat. There we go. If you guys are enjoying the background music, on today's stream, then check out Omega on Deck on Spotify. And here on Twitch, he also streams and plays a bunch of cool video games. But he made all of this music that we're listening to in the background. I hope it's coming through. If it's not, well, oh well. I did my best. So, up first in our land base, we have Castle Shimura, which of course is one of the cards from the Ghost of Tsushima Secret Lair drop. This is a reprinting of Eiganjo Castle. It is a legendary land, taps for white mana. You can pay a white mana and tap it to prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to target legendary creature this turn. So this is a great little insta-speed gotcha to like save your commander from dying. Pretty straightforward what this is in the Ghost of series. It's Castle Shimura. Up next, we have Command Tower. One of the pretty straightforward, like, this is a land you will find in just about every commander deck. Maybe not in monocolor commander decks if you're in like just green or just red. Typically you'll just run basics because there's no need to really have a lot of these utility lands or multicolored ones. But if you're in 3-color or even 2-color, you know, or more, having a command tower, very good. It taps for a mana of any color in your commander's identity. So this can tap for any of the 3 colors of Jin. This is a connection to the Golden Temple from Ghost of Tsushima. Because as I said, all of the cards in this deck were picked out for their connections to places in Ghost of Tsushima. Even though this is the Lord of the Rings version, all of the cards that say tower on them, or temple, are going to be temples from Ghost of Tsushima. Next we have Temple of Enlightenment. This is the Cedar Temple, which is... or no, this is the Golden Temple. Right. Command Tower was Castle Canada. This is the castle you attack in Act 3. That's right. So where you kind of start the final mission in Ghost of Tsushima. This one is the Golden Temple, which Golden Temple is the very first temple you find in Ghost of Tsushima, surrounded by all the golden leaves when you first start the missions with Lady Masako Adachi. I thought it just felt right. The Temple of Enlightenment is, it enters tapped, but when it enters you get to scry, and it taps for white or blue. So it taps for 2 of your 3 colors, and scrying is always a fun keyword, especially if you're in a deck that draws a lot of cards, like Jin likes to do, because scrying you get to look at the top card of your library, and then you can choose, right? Masako, we know that gal. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. Her ancestor, Masako Adachi, is in Ghost of Tsushima. So, scrying, you get to look at the top card, and then you can choose to keep it on top of your deck, or you can put it on the bottom of your deck. So if you look at the top card and you're like, oh, that's a land, I don't want to draw that, I have plenty of land, let me put that on bottom. And then you attack with Jin, then you'll get to draw something else. So, scrying, pretty good. Up next, we have the Abandoned Air Temple. You can see from the Aang symbol here, we've got, and weirdly enough, not considered a Universes Beyond set. For some reason, Avatar: The Last Airbender does not have the triangular jewel that the Universes Beyond cards had. Do I know why? No, I do not. So, Abandoned Air Temple, it enters tapped unless you control a basic land, taps for white, and then you can pay 3 and white and tap to put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. For 4 mana, if you've got a bunch of creatures on your board, that is nuts. This, of course, is the stand-in. This one is Cedar Temple, which Cedar Temple, if I remember correctly, is the one, it's the temple you go to in Act 2 of Ghost of Tsushima, where you have to like stop the raiders from attacking. Next we have Reliquary Tower. There we go. Sorry, I'm looking at my list and not at the card in front of me like a dingus. So Reliquary Tower. Colorless land, taps for colorless land. Mana, you have no max hand size. Again, one of my favorite lines in Magic the Gathering. Just let me have as many cards as I want. This is a stand-in for Kushi Temple, which I'm trying to remember now because it's been a minute since I looked all these locations up. Kushi Temple is oh wait, no, Cedar Temple, right. I think Cedar Temple is the one you go to. You love holding your entire deck in your hand? Yeah, same, right? This is the one where you do a bunch of missions for the monks where they had some relics stolen. This is the one, Kushi Temple, that you go to in Act 3, I want to say. Or I might have those two reversed. Anyway, one of the temples from Ghost of Tsushima. So you'll notice a theme here. Most of these lands I've equated to locations in Ghost of Tsushima, and then some of the basic fixing ones we'll get to are all the Ghost of Yote ones. So next we have Glacial Fortress. It enters tapped unless you control a plains or an island. Notice it doesn't say basic. So if I have a non-basic land that has those types, it'll come in untapped. And taps for blue or white. And why are a lot of the dual lands in here blue and white? Well, because as you've seen, a lot of the cards in this deck tend to be blue and white, and there's a little bit of them that are black. Oh, and Glacial Fortress was Jogaku Temple. This is where you kind of post up as your main base in the at Act 3. The big snow-covered temple where you have the fight with the Mongols on the ice with Yuna. And I was like, that looks a lot like the icy path that you fight them on, even though this is an ice wall in the art. Up next, we have Dismal Backwater. It enters the battlefield tapped, but when it enters, you gain a life, which again can matter for cards like Aerith. Taps for blue or black. This is Akashima Village, which is... oh no, Akashima is where you first meet Norio for his missions. That's the mission where there's the big temple bell, there's these big giant trees in this swampy area. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. And it's kind of a dismal backwater. Kind of looks like it in the art. Looks like Akashima Village. Up next, we have another Final Fantasy card. Now, this doesn't look like and doesn't have the name that's thematic, but bear with me here. We have Midgar City of Mako. This is a land town, so this is the first time we're seeing the subtype town. This is an adventure land. So this is one of the coolest abilities that they started adding, is these adventures. They started it with the Eldraine set, and with Final Fantasy, this was the first time they put adventures, which are spells you can cast from hand. And then once resolved, this card goes into exile. And you can then use the larger part of it on your turn as normal. So when they first did it, you had these adventures, which were always instants and sorceries, on creatures. And you could then cast the creature, and it would come into play with whatever stats and information it had there. Cool thing about this, it's on a land. So I can cast this sorcery spell, exile this, and if I haven't played my land this turn, or even on a later turn if I want, I can then play this as my land. These are some of the dopest cards that they've made. So Midgar here has Reactor Raid, 2 and a black, sorcery, adventure. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. If you just gotta hard draw cards, it's a great way to do it. And then as a land, it enters tapped, but taps for black mana. This is a stand-in for Komatsu Forge. Why Komatsu Forge? Well, because you got the reactor there that's billowing smoke. Komatsu Forge is where Taka makes you your grappling hook for the first time, and you're trying to light the forge, and then you got to fight all the Mongols, and then the smoke's billowing out from the forge as he's smithing away for you. So, felt a little bit thematic there. Does it look thematic? Well, maybe not, but you know what? We push the I believe button. You got to play pretend a little bit sometimes to make the themes work. You know what I'm saying? Up next, we have Secret Tunnel. Secret Tunnel. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountain. One of my favorite episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is a land cave, which is a new subtype we're seeing. These, of course, are not... These are our card super types. These are not basic land types. These are themes for lands. You might have cards that refer to caves or towns or gates, things like that. Importantly, it says this land can't be blocked. Lands can't attack. That song brings a tear to your eye. Well, then you're going to love the shit out of when we talk about my Avatar: The Last Airbender deck next week, guy. Because I built an entire Avatar deck full of all of the Avatar cards that I pulled that were awesome. And it has the kiss between Katara and Aang in the secret tunnel. So you want to talk about tear to your eye, tune in next Sunday too. So this land can't be blocked. Why is that important? Because there's mechanics in the Avatar set. There's a thing called earthbending that they introduced where you could put 1/1 counters on a land and it turns it into a creature, which is great because then you have this unblockable creature. But more importantly, taps for colorless, and I can pay for only 4 mana, tap 2 target creatures you control that share a creature type, can't be blocked this turn. One of the old school favorite lands for Commander was a card called Secret Passage. Or was it Secret Passage? Yeah, I think it was Secret Passage. That sounds right. Rogue's Passage. That's what it was. Rogue's Passage had you tap 4 and tap to make target creature unblockable. This says as long as they share a creature type, 2 creatures. This is the better Rogue's Passage now. And when you have, I don't know, like Jin, who's a human and samurai, and we have Orin, who's a human spirit samurai. Well, look at that. They're both humans, or they're both samurai. So I could make both of these guys unblockable and send one at each of 2 of my opponents. And then Jin triggers and says, hey, I get to choose to make them unblockable or have double strike. Well, Secret Tunnel, I already made them unblockable, so I'm going to give them both double strike. Look at that. Secret Tunnel. The secret sauce tech. And Secret Tunnel is the stand-in for Yarikawa Stronghold, where Jin and Taka take you through the secret tunnel to Yarikawa because it's being beset by the Mongols. And so then you sneak into Yarikawa and help them hold off the Mongols, which is the mission where you first, at the end of it, you first learn the ghost stance. So there you go. Up next we have Sunken Hollow. This was mainly a lot for the name more than anything for its theming. So of course this is a land, island, swamp, so those are 2 basic types. These are fetchable. So if I have something that says go get target island or go get target swamp, or that card we saw earlier that says it enters tapped unless I control an island or a plains, this is an island, so it counts. This enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or more basic lands. So if I've already got a couple basic lands out, then this is just an untapped blue-black dual land. The Sunken Hollow is Umugi Cove, which is it's the wretched hive of scum and villainy. No, it's the area you go to in Act 2 that you do some missions with Yuna, you do some with Lady Adachi, you go there for Uncle Shimura. It's the area that, like, it's in this bog. You go through this long climbing path, and then it's full of, you know, a bunch of rogues and thieves and whatnot. Well, what is another name for a hollow? A hollow is another name for a home. So a sunken home, because it's this home for all of these rebels. Sunken Hollow. I thought that was a pretty clever connection. Up next, we have the Tranquil Cove. This is it's a land enters tapped, gains you a life. We saw similar with the Dismal Backwater earlier, except this one will make you white or blue. So this can help with the Aerith triggers. There's some other things you'll see that care about life gain in the deck in just a moment. Not so much for the art, but more so for the name. The Tranquil Cove reminded me a lot of Azamo Bay, which is the first, like, major big area that you liberate in Act 1. That's where you go and you team up with Kenji and Yuna to break into the Azamo Bay and free Taka. So, important location from Ghost of Tsushima. Up next, we have Scoured Barrens. This is basically just like Tranquil Cove or Dismal Backwater. Enters tapped, you gain a life, but taps for white or black. Scoured Barrens felt very reminiscent of Kin Sanctuary. I'm trying to remember now, where was Kin Sanctuary? It's been a minute. Kin Sanctuary is... Oh, right. It's, this is the area in Act 3 where, the village that gets burned. So, that Kin Sanctuary, Scoured Barrens, right? It's the town you show up at where there's the big tree in the center that's been burned to the ground just after your horse dies. Well, gives its life saving you. You bury your horse, and then the first town you show up in has been absolutely scoured and burned to the ground, and you're forced to stealth through because you don't have any of your gear because you just broke free from being captured by Uncle Shimura. So a lot of the non-basic lands, their inspiration is more on the name of the lands, and sometimes the inspiration is the art. This one was more for the name. Up next, we have Floodplain. Enters the battlefield tapped. So, this is what I mean when I say fetch, right? Anytime you have one of these cards that says, like, fetch lands is a thing where you tap, sacrifice the thing, lose a life, and you go get a land of this type. That's called a fetch land. These are what's called slow fetches, so they're a little bit more balanced and a lot more affordable. So this enters tapped, but you tap and tap. So then the next turn after you play it, you can then tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a plains or island, and put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. So remember, when we had that card earlier that was a plains island, or a plains or an island swamp, I can go get that with this card. So this is a slow fetch. Floodplains is, of course, the old Togo rice fields, which is where you first enter Act 2, and then up a little closer to the mountains is where you first get the armor of Gosaku. So it's the rice fields area where you get the armor after you save all of the different farms in Tsushima. And what is a floodplain other than another name for a rice field? Up next, we have the Tainted Field. Whoa, Tainted Field. This land does not enter tapped. but taps for a colorless, or you can have it tap for black or white if you control a swamp. So you do have to have a swamp in order for it to give you some fixing, but it does enter untapped and can at least make you colorless until you get yourself a swamp. Tainted Field, of course, is where Honor died on the beach. It is the Komoda beach from the opening of Ghost of Tsushima, because you do return there. And it honestly, more than anything, felt a lot more reminiscent of the art, because you have these, like, you know, these like tent poles in the artwork. And when you return to Komoda Beach, you see all of the samurai banners that have been ruined. You see tons of bodies littering the ground still. Up next, we have another Universes Beyond card. One of my favorite utility lands in Magic the Gathering, if I'm honest, if you're in white. We have Osgiliath Fallen Capital. Why are we getting out of focus a little bit? There we go. That's a little better. So, Osgiliath Fallen Capital, or under its original Magic name, Core Haven. This is a legendary land, taps for colorless, but you can also pay 1 and a white and tap, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to target attacking creature this turn. It just stops your creature from dying. So if your opponent goes and throws a bunch of blockers in front of your double strike Jin because they really want to kill him, then for 2 mana... Oh, no, sorry. I confused it with another land. This is for when your opponent is attacking you with lethal. So if they're about to deal lethal combat damage to you, like with their commander, then you can just be like, 2 mana, I don't take any damage from that attacking creature instead. So it's a nice way to keep you alive so that you can try to get them on the crackback with your commander. What is this the stand-in for? It's Fort Koyasan, which is... Fort Koyasan is the place, the ruined fort that you go to with Taka when you get captured, and the Khan hands Taka the sword and is like, if you kill Jin, then I'll give you wealth and I'll free your people and I'll let you off this island. And then, of course, Taka swings on the Khan and then gets beheaded in front of Jin. That's the place where Taka dies. Rip Taka. 07's Taka. Up next, we have Exotic Orchard. Doesn't enter tapped, but it will tap for any color mana that an opponent's land could produce. So these lands get increasingly better the more colors your deck is in, right? They have a lot more versatility if you're in a 3-color deck, because what are the odds your opponents are all going to be playing, in the case of this, what are the odds that my opponents are only going to be playing red-green decks against me? Pretty low. So chances are at least one of my opponents going to be playing white, blue, or black, or some combination thereof. And probably more likely than not, at least 2 of them are going to be playing one or some of those colors. So this basically acts almost like an additional command tower, depending on the table structure. Exotic Orchard, pretty straightforward. It's Omi Village. It's where Jin's house is. And the orchard that you go through, where you... let's see. That's where you first get the Sakai armor. That's where you meet Yuriko. That's where you fight Uncle Shimura at the end. All of that's Omi Village. Next we have Sunlit Marsh, which, again, plain swamp, so it's fetchable off of that slow fetch. And it does enter the battlefield tapped. So, unfortunately, the slow fetch does say you get to put it in the battle, just put it on the battlefield. It doesn't have it enter tapped, but this one is forced to enter tapped. But still, if you just absolutely have to get your hard fixing, and because both of those dual type lands we saw are both swamps, they will help the other land we saw that will tap for white or black, but you have to have a swamp. because they both have that type line swamp on them. Sunlit Marsh is reminiscent of Hiyoshi Springs, which is where you defend with Sensei Ishikawa, right? So it was the area full of bamboo, the big hot spring there that's kind of, surrounded by like mountains and trees on every side. And I don't know, seeing the lotus flowers there just kind of reminded me of that hot spring. It wasn't so much of a marsh. It was a hot spring. But the artwork seemed reminiscent. Next we have Prairie Stream. Again, Plains Island. So it's fetchable off that slow fetch. Prairie Stream enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or more basic lands. So just like that other dual land we saw earlier, enters untapped unless we have 2 or more basics, and is fetchable. The Prairie Stream is a nod to the Kushi grasslands, which is the hilled area with the pampas grass, the big white tall grass at the opening of Ghost of Tsushima. When you first get the title screen and you're riding on your horse, and Jin leans down and runs his hand through the grass, and then there's a stream right next to there. The Prairie Stream. Name alone. The moment I said this to my coworker, he's like, "Is that the opening of the game?" I was like, "Yeah, it's the opening of the game." Next, we have the Dark Slick Shores. This is it enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or fewer other lands. They don't have to be basic. This just, as long as this is your third or, if this is your first, second, or third land, it enters untapped, which is just great. And it taps for blue or black. Dark Slick Shores was reminiscent of Iki Island, where the DLC takes place in Tsushima. Because it's a very dark area. The storyline for Iki Island, kind of sad, kind of traumatic, felt very reminiscent, in name at least. Up next, we're getting into the Ghost of Yotei lands, or at least the ones that felt inspired by. So we have both the Bright Climb and Grim Climb pathway. I'll show you Grim Climb here in a second. It's a land that just enters and can tap for white. And then the cool thing about these, they did this in Zendikar Rising, the third trip to Zendikar. They had these double-sided lands. So you've got Bright Climb Pathway on one side, and on the other, you have Grim Climb Pathway. So the cool thing about this is what's called a modal card, modal double-faced card. So when I go to play this land, I get to choose what face I want to be up, and then it maintains those properties. So if I really need a land that will tap for black mana, I just flip it around and say, this is my land I'd play for the turn. Or if I want the white mana, I can just play it like that one. What is this one? Well, in Ghost of Yotei, there's 2 big areas that are connected, where you don't actually have to go through a level transition. They're just connected to each other. That is the Yotei grasslands, and on the other side, the Tokachi range. That's the Bright Climb, Grim Climb to me. And so I thought that was a fun little flavor include, because it's the only 2 areas in Ghost of Yotei where you don't have to go through some kind of transitionary gate or something to load the next map. You can just roam around the entirety of those 2 areas, so they're connected. Fun little flavor bit. Up next, we have Evolving Wilds, one of your most straightforward mana fixers that you'll include in probably every commander deck if you're in more than one color, if we're being honest. Evolving Wilds, it's you tap and sacrifice it, you search your library for a basic land, you put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. It just goes and gets you whatever color land you need. Evolving Wilds for this was reminiscent of Ishikari Plain, which is the area where you go fight the Oni. So, of course, Ishikari Plain was known for having the big castle on the hill. So they got kind of this big tower. And Ishikari Plain also had plains. It had a wooded area. It had a mountainous region. It had a coast. It really was an evolving wild. So the name felt very evocative. Up next we have Terramorphic Expanse. It does exactly what Evolving Wilds does, but has a different name. So, it works exactly the same. It's just two of the same thing, but with different names. So you can run them both in a commander deck. Terramorphic Expanse felt evocative of Teshio Ridge, which is where you fight the Kitsune. It's the wintry area. Evolving Wilds also lets you take a land out of your deck, so you are more likely to draw spells. Very true, guy. That's the other fun thing about why you will very often include Terramorphic and Evolving, because, yep, it gets you a land out. So, hey, now I'm more likely to draw gas. Very good point. 10 points to Guy. Guy, I don't know how much I love you today, but you just earned an extra 20%. Let's find out. You know the command. It's exclamation point Papa if ever you want to know how much I love you today. There you go. I love you 250%. You see that? Look at that, Guy. It was 230 before that. You earned an extra 20%. How about that? So, Terramorphic Expanse, mainly in the name, is why it was, that is pretty good. 250%, that's twice as good as 100%. In fact, it's 2.5 times as good as 100%. I felt inspired for Teshio Ridge because it is the very mountainous range. It's all in that winter area. There's a lot of places where you're doing a lot of climbing, and then there's these vast wintry expanses in Teshio Ridge. So I thought that was a good inspired name. There's unfortunately not a lot of great art for Terramorphic Expanse that looks wintry. This was the closest I could find. Up next, we have Obscura Storefront. Now, if you like Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse, this is an even cooler version, right? If you're in 3 colors. So a lot of people slept on the new Capenna set. They did 5 of these, and each of them was in the colors of the shards, right? The shards being, if you're familiar with the old Alara set, you had the shards of Alara. You had Esper, which is blue, white, black. You had Jund, which is black, red, green. You had Naya, which is green, red, white. You had Bant, which is green, white, blue. And you had Grixis, which is blue, black, red, right? So all 5 of those color triplicates each got a version of this land. The reason why it's so good, you don't even have to tap. So there is no way to interact with this because there's no way to interact with stopping a player from playing a land, right? It doesn't use the stack. This comes in, and immediately upon it entering the battlefield, you sacrifice it, and then you go get a basic plains, island, or swamp and put it onto the battlefield tapped and gain a life. It's even better because my opponents can respond to taps, right? I go to tap something, they're like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do this thing once priority passes. This just happens. Now, they can stop it with a stifle effect, but they could also do that to Evolving Wilds or Terramorphic. Why did I feel like this belonged in here? Well, yes, because it will get us a basic of any of our 3 colors, but also felt reminiscent of the Nyoro Wilds, which is the area you go to in between Tokachi Range and Teshio Ridge. It's where all of the, I've forgotten the people's names now. Oh, goodness help me. I don't remember now. But the native people that originated in Ezo, right? Why did it feel reminiscent of that? Because it's a very small area. You don't spend a lot of time there. You're kind of there and gone rather quickly. But it's a spot where Atsu gets to stop and kind of catch her breath and, enjoy life a little bit. Felt reminiscent with the Gain 1 life. So I thought that was a pretty cool flavor thing. Name-wise, no connection whatsoever. Well, Unless you think of it like there was a storefront there, because it's the only place you could go to buy the new saddles or upgrade your traveler's attire. And the final land in the deck. It's a oldie but a goodie. It's the classic, the Path of Ancestry. Just about every commander deck wants to run a Path of Ancestry. Why? Well, yes, it enters tapped, but it taps for a mana of any color that your commander is. And when that mana is spent to cast a creature that shares a type with your commander, you get a scry. That also counts on casting your commander. And as we've seen, there's quite a few humans, there's quite a few samurai, there's a lot of matching creature types for Jin. So quite a few things I have in there will let me scry off of them, including casting Jin himself. So pretty good. What is this? Well, it's the last area in Ghost of Yotei that we haven't talked about yet, Oshima Coast. Why Path of Ancestry for Oshima Coast? Well, a number of reasons. Number one, this walkway felt very reminiscent of the long walkway you find at Castle Matsumai. Number two, it's where your brother Jubei has his house with your niece Kiku. And number three, and most importantly, it's the area where you have the quest where you find out more history about what happened to Jin post Ghost of Tsushima. There's the whole legendary tale you go to, and you find Jin's house, and you find his old saddle, you find his old helmet, you get his sword, you get his ghost mask, you learn more about the first shinobi, you find Yuna's dagger, there's drawings from a child on the wall in the house, which implies that Jin and Yuna did go there and potentially settle down and have children. Yeah, Path of Ancestry. This was my proudest achievement in what could this be that feels reminiscent? And I was like, well, of course, it's Oshima Coast. So there you go. There's the lands for this deck. Everybody's still having a good old time. Hopefully your brain isn't leaking out of your ears from all this information. I believe you're smart, chat, and you know exactly what's up. And I promise the Aloy deck I don't think is going to take nearly as long. I think because we have a lot of information, like bonus information, we're taking extra time discussing the cards in this, because this is kind of my favorite deck now. This deck is so far undefeated of all of my commander decks. Now granted, I have only played it twice, but it does do work. Next up, we're getting into the subset of what I felt were evocative of game mechanics from the Ghost of series. So here we have Rogue class, which costs blue and a black for an enchantment class subtype. Cool thing about these classes is when they come down, they're an enchantment that does everything in level 1, right? But at any time at sorcery speed, so during a main phase on your turn, you could pay this mana for level 2, and it then gains everything in level 1 and 2. And so on for level 3. Once you've paid for level 2, it gains that permanently. Once you've paid for level 3, it gains that permanently. And then it does all of this. So Rogue class itself, pretty straightforward on the inspiration. It's the skill tree from the game. What does it do at level 1? Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you exile the top card of that player's library face down, and you may look at it for as long as it remains exiled. So you just get to steal cards from your opponent's deck whenever you hit them. Again, remember, Jin can give double strike. So when I hit with first strike damage, I get the top card of an opponent's library, and then when I hit with normal damage, I get the next card. Level 2, creatures you control have menace, which makes it even harder to block them. So it lets me, it makes it more likely that I could choose the double strike with Jin's ability. Because now he has menace, so he has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. And then in level 3, you may play cards exiled with Rogue class, and you can spend mana or mana of any color to cast those spells. So for 2 mana, I get to steal cards. For an extra 3 mana, now my creatures are harder to block. For an extra 4 mana after that, now I can just play those things that I've stolen. Very fun card. Especially because, and this is my favorite part about these types of effects, very often your opponents will get kind of bent out of shape and they'll be like, oh, this is disgusting. I hate that you played that card. And it's like, the cards that I'm playing are your cards. So if you dislike the cards that I am playing off of this, maybe search your soul. Maybe don't play those cards. Up next, we have another Final Fantasy card and another life gain matters. You see we have Excalibur 2, Electric Boogaloo. Costs 1. This is a legendary artifact equipment from Final Fantasy and has that Aerith Gainsborough text. Whenever you gain life, you put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. So Aerith, of course, gets a +1/+1 counter. When she dies, she distributes that many 1/1 counters on all of your, or not distributes, but puts that many 1/1 counters on each of your legendary creatures. This gets charge counters, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on it, and it equips for 3. So all of those life gain lands, now they help your Excalibur 2, and it can get out of hand very quickly, especially if you put it on Aerith. It makes her twice as big every time you're gaining life. This was inspired by the healing/resolve gains, right? Clearly, charge counters, that's like the resolve you gain, and it cares about gaining life, which is healing. Up next, we have one of the actual cards from the Ghost of Tsushima Secret Lair, Born Upon a Wind, which actually originally appeared in the Lord of the Rings set. So this has always been a Universes Beyond card. It costs 1 and a blue, it's an instant, and says you may cast spells this turn as though they had flash, and you draw a card. This is what's known as a cantrip in Magic. Anytime you have a spell that you a non-permanent spell that lets you draw a card, it's replacing itself, right? The fun thing about this, it's the guiding wind from the game, right? Or in another form, Atsu's shamisen, which lets you set the guiding wind, right? But the fun little Easter egg there. First of all, you have a heartbreaking quote from Yuriko, "Gone too soon. Your father is the wind at your back, your mother the birds in the trees." But you got Jin on his horse, and he's following a fox. Super cute. So yeah, that's based on the guiding wind from Ghost of Tsushima, which I can't even take credit for that. They developed it to be that. Here we have a weird Magic card. Lots of people haven't seen these because these are not that common to be seen played in a lot of decks these days. We have Dusk to Dawn. That's how you read these cards. Anytime you have, you'll see it in the deck list on Archidect. When you have a double slash, it'll say Dusk//Dawn. It's read as Dusk to Dawn. Dusk costs 2 and 2 white. It's a sorcery. Says destroy all creatures power 3 or greater. Why does that matter? Well, we've got quite a few low power creatures in this deck. And as long as they don't have equipment on them, they're staying pretty low power creatures. So we can get rid of a lot of the bigger problems on our opponent's board and get to keep ours. Dawn is a sorcery that costs 3 and 2 white. Let me turn the card here. There you go. So we have Dusk, you cast this. Dawn has Aftermath. So the only way to cast this spell is when it's in your graveyard, and then you exile it. So that's the cool thing about these split spells. You cast Dusk, this spell goes to your graveyard, and then once it's in your graveyard, you can then cast Dawn, which lets you return all creature cards power 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. So even if your opponents do clear a bunch of your smaller creatures, you can just bring them all back. Well, to your hand at least. This, of course, inspired by Jin's flute. which lets you manipulate the weather and time of day in Ghost of Tsushima. It lets you actually like modify dusk and dawn. Okay, so we had to address this at some point. This deck is in bracket level 3. What does that mean? Well, bracket level 2 is your pretty standard pre-con deck these days. Most decks you buy out of the box tend to be at a power level 2. Power level 3 happens when you include a number of, if you have at least one what is called a game changer. Game changers are cards that are very often disliked by the wider Magic community, or can cause a shift in power balance in a game. We'll talk about why this is in here, though, because there is a reason. It's not just because it's a very good card. But this is Rhystic Study. Costs 2 and a blue. It's an enchantment. Says whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless that player pays the 1. This, of course, is one of the most frequent memes in Magic the Gathering. Opponent casts a spell, and you say, do you pay the 1? Do you pay the 1? Right? Why is Rhystic Study in here? Because it actually was a flavor pick. Not because, like, yes, its ability is very good, but a big mechanic in the Ghost of games is the study, right? The lookout points. Whenever they have the little white flashes and you have to like hit R2 to focus and look at the things in like story missions. Atsu's spyglass, right? It's all studying stuff. So it's in there more for the flavor appeal of it. Also, it's a good card that keeps your hand full. Up next, we have Single Combat. I would be surprised if somebody doesn't realize why this is here. First of all, it's a very good board wipe. It only costs 5, 3 and 2 white for a sorcery. Each player chooses a creature or planeswalker they control, then sacrifices the rest. Board wipe, right? It takes out everybody cuts down to either one creature or planeswalker. And then, most importantly, players can't cast creature or planeswalker spells until the end of your next turn. Now that does count you, but if we're in a Jin Sakai deck that has double strike, and he's hitting in for a bunch of damage, and my opponents sacrifice down to one creature each, with the amount of equipments that can do trample, or I can make them unblockable, there's a decent chance I don't need to cast creature or planeswalker spells. I could just cast some more equipments and gear Jin up and keep sending him into combat. Single Combat, of course, is the standoff mechanic from the Ghost of series. Anytime you get to do the standoff against your enemies. Up next, we have Reprobation. My god, I can't talk. Costs 1 and a white. It is an enchantment aura. So you remember when we looked at Arden earlier that said I could attach any number of auras or equipments to target permanent or player? This is a stacks spell, or a good removal spell for your opponent. It enchants a creature, so I pay the mana cost, and then I put this aura on an opponent's creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities, is a coward, and has base power and toughness 0/1. So if there's a big problem on the board, boom, it's a 0/1 that's now a coward and loses all of its abilities. Yeah, they could still block with it, and it keeps all of its super types and stuff, but it loses all of the other types and creature abilities. So the neat thing about having this kind of removal in the deck is that Arden can move it. So early game, if I play this on something that's a problem, and if there's a bigger problem later on, I could have Arden move this spell onto a different creature of an opponent's. Reprobation it's the Ghost Stance. It's the Onryo's Howl, right? When you trigger that mode that makes everybody cower in fear and run off, it's a Reprobation. Make some cowards. Up next, we have one of my favorite arts for an alt art from a Magic set. This, of course, was from Commander Masters. This is Flawless Maneuver. It's kind of hard to read with the foiling a little bit, but it's 2 and a white. It's an instant that says, if you control your commander, you may cast this spell without paying its mana cost. Free spells. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So this is the ultimate protection from that board wipe. Or if you're sending in your creatures and your opponents have a lot of death touch and stuff, this is the perfect spell to keep them alive. This is an inspiration for, it's the dodge and parry, right? You're keeping yourself alive and being able to hit your opponents without dying. Up next, we have legendary artifact equipment. So we've seen legendary creatures, and we've seen artifacts, and we've seen artifact equipment. But this is our first legendary artifact equipment. Sword of the Animist costs 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, so it makes him a little bigger. So then Jin's swinging in as a 3/5, which is kind of nice. And whenever equipped creature attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. Equips for 2. It's the grappling hook, right? Now, I said this to someone, and they're like, what do you mean? That's a sword. It's a Sword of the Animist, it says. I'm like, yes, but the grappling hook helps you get across the lands. The Sword of the Animist helps you get your lands. So that's the allegory for Ghost. Another common stacks piece. So again, anytime you are in a Voltron deck, you're very aggressive. You need good stacks pieces to keep your opponents from killing you in return. We saw this on Baird, had the thing that makes your opponents pay 1. So Propaganda costs 2 and a blue. It's an enchantment. Each turn, now this is the old original wording of it, mind you, but each turn, each creature cannot attack you unless its controller pays an additional 2 for that creature. This has been oracled to read your opponents, any creatures your opponents use to attack you, they have to pay 2 mana to do so, right? They just cleaned up the wording a little bit. Reading old Magic cards takes an English degree of a very special kind. But basically, yes, as long as you have this, then your opponents have to pay 2 mana if they want to attack you per creature they're attacking you with. So a very good card. What is this in the Ghost of series? Well, it's the Onryo bounty posters, right? It's all the propaganda you're finding as you're playing the game. Every time you find a wanted poster for Atsu, it's all this propaganda that they're spreading. And I guess it could also be considered the missives from Saito that you find. Up next, we're into the basic lands. Now, all of these basic lands have one main inspiration from the game. They are the Sumie paintings that Atsu does. That said, why are they all the Sumie paintings? Because, as you will see here, I have chosen all of the basic lands to be either these black and white full arts from Midnight Hunt or Crimson Vow. So they feel very evocative of those ink drawings that Atsu does. Or, if they're not the black and white lands, then they are some of my favorite lands in Magic the Gathering, and that is these full art lands from Kamigawa. So, these actually do have the Japanese characters for their land type, so that is the Japanese character for Swamp. Again, felt very evocative of those Sumie paintings. You have the mana symbol there. We have a foil island. Again, the character for island there. I really like the paper cranes in the artwork on this. Super pretty card. We have a plains. That very much, to me, reminded me of like Matsumai Castle, Shimura Castle, right, in the Ghost of games. The Golden Temple. So, of course, there we have planes. And then the final card for this subsection. This is the only other card we have that makes a creature. And it's another Final Fantasy card. Specifically, this is the first time we're seeing a Final Fantasy 14 card, the MMO, or one of the second MMO they did. So, Machinist's Arsenal, 4 and a white for an artifact equipment. It has Job Select, which is the newest flavor of Living Weapon. So, when this equipment enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. So you make a 1/1, you get to snap this on. Why it's in here? Because equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control. And it becomes an artificer in addition to its other types. That part not as important. But the +2/+2 for each artifact, so that means by itself, for 5 mana, you're getting a 3/3 creature because it counts itself. Now, if you have a bunch of artifact equipments, it's counting all of those too. Or Lion Sash, or the Cloudsteel Kirin, it's counting all of those artifacts. So you can make a creature real big, real quick. And it comes in attached to a creature. Also, you could pay its equip ability for 4 to move it on to something else. Or if that token dies or whatever. So, throwing that on a Djinn can really become a problem very quick. That, of course, is reminiscent of the Machinist's Arsenal. Looking at the weapon kind of reminded me of both the Hwacha from Ghost of Tsushima or the Bohya, the big like grenade launchers in Ghost of Yotei. And there we go. We are through all of the game mechanic cards. The next section, we get into the story cards. These are all the cards that are evocative of story moments in the Ghost of games. So we start off with one of the few unset cards that is legal. So if you didn't know, in Unfinity, there were cards that were legal to play in formats. You just had to look at the bottom, and if the gem in the bottom was an acorn shape, then that card is not legal. But if it had the normal oval or didn't have a gem, then those cards were legal to play in legacy formats, which Commander is. So here we have Exchange of Words, costs 1 blue. It's an enchantment. Says when Exchange of Words enters the battlefield, choose 2 target creatures. For as long as Exchange of Words remains on the battlefield, exchange the text boxes of those creatures. This card is in here because of that card we saw all the way at the beginning of this. Y'all remember the Archfiend of the Dross? This is that creature that we saw earlier, has the 4 oil counters. Says at the beginning of your upkeep, you remove an oil counter. Then if it has no oil counters, you lose the game. Why is that in here? Simply put, it is in there because of Exchange of Words. So this is a dirty little combo. You can be a dirty little Magic player and pull on your friends because you could just exchange the text box of Archfiend of the Dross with the text box of any creature your opponent controls. When it gets to their upkeep, because that creature of theirs won't have any oil counters on it. It gets to their upkeep, says, oh, this doesn't have any oil counters. You lose the game. So you can cause your opponent to instantly die. That's why this was Khotan Khan. Because he basically one-shots Djinn after they have an exchange of words. There's the genius of the flavor that I picked. That's why that's that creature for me. I hope you're all enjoying that flavor now. I didn't want to explain it until we got to the exchange of words story moment, which is when Jin fights the Khan on the bridge. Up next, we have the Promise of Loyalty. Costs 4 and a white for a sorcery. Each player puts a vow counter on a creature they control and sacrifices the rest. So again, board wipe, except we all get to keep one counter. Here's where it gets good. Each of those creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control for as long as they have a vow counter on them. So, but I can keep attacking them. So this is a great little board wipe to be able to pop a vow counter on Jin. My opponents all go down to one creature, and I can just keep sending in Jin every combat. Every one of my combats. The Promise of Loyalty is, of course, the story moments as Jin and Atsu continue to gain allies. Like Sensei Ishikawa and Jubei and Oyuki. So that's they're promising their loyalty to them. Up next, we have one of the official Secret Lair cards. Classic, if you're in a white commander deck, you probably run Path to Exile. It's one of the best removal spells in Magic the Gathering. It's an instant speed, lets you exile target creature, so the creature doesn't even die. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put that land onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. And you see we have Jin's quote as he basically rejects Uncle Shimura, who's telling him that he's going to adopt him. He says, "I am not your son. I am the ghost." And that's really when Jin turns his back on Uncle. So, very good removal. This, of course, is the story moment where Jin chooses to be the ghost. Clearly, it says it on the card. Up next, we have, as one of my buddies called it the other day, Secret Rendezvous. Or if you know what the French word is, Secret Rendezvous. I love to just tease him for that, though. It's one of those words that you very often have heard, but you've never seen it spelled. Rendezvous is a French word. It is spelled like most weird French words. It is 1 white sorcery. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. Here again, we've got one of those very good politics cards where you can be like, hey, give me 3 turns where you don't attack me, and I'll let you draw 3 cards. There you go. Now you've made an ally at the table. Secret Rendezvous in the Ghost of story is, of course, when you have to sneak into Castle Shimura and leave the letter to Uncle asking him to join you in attacking the Khan in Act 3. It's a Secret Rendezvous. Up next, we have Tenuous Truce, 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. Again, can be moved around by Arden, which is nice. Enchant Opponent. So this is the reprobation we saw attached to creatures. This is the first time we see Enchant Opponent. And Arden says attached to permanent or players. So Arden can move this to a different opponent. At the beginning of Enchanted Opponent's end step, you and that player each draw a card. So again, you get to do some politicking, right? It's, hey, I'm going to put this enchantment on you. You and I each get to draw a card at the end of your turn. However, when you attack Enchanted Opponent or a Planeswalker they control, or when they attack you or a Planeswalker you control, you sacrifice Tenuous Truce. So the moment one of the two of you attacks the other, the truce is off. This, of course, is the Jin and Shimura showdown at the end of Ghost of Tsushima, right? They have that tenuous truce where they go back to the orchard with the big red-leafed maple tree on Jin's estate, and they have that moment where they both write haiku and then challenge each other to a duel at the end. At least that was my inspiration for putting it in there. Up next we have Thought Vessel. This is a great mana rock. Costs 2 mana. It's an artifact. You have no maximum hand size. Y'all know I love that sentence. Taps for colorless. Just on look alone, the moment I saw this art, I was like, oh, this is the Eagle's Poison from the Iki Island DLC. This is when she forces Jin to drink the poison and he starts having the hallucinations. So that was the inspiration there. Here we have one of my favorite bonus sheet cards from the Final Fantasy set. This is Memories of Nibelheim, or as it was originally printed in Magic, Stroke of Midnight. You see that we got the beautiful Tifa art on the water tower at Nibelheim looking up at the night sky. I just absolutely adore this artwork. I thought it looks so good. Costs 2 and a white. It's an instant. Lets you destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller makes a 1/1 white human creature token. Just anything not a land. Any problem that my opponent has, it's now gone and it's replaced with a 1/1 idiot. It's a very good removal spell. Some people have argued that Generous Gift is a better removal spell because it's the same mana, and Generous Gift is also an instant, but it will destroy target permanent, so it can blow up a land. But my opponent does get a 3/3 green elephant, which is not nothing. Like a 3/3 versus a 1/1 is very different. And how often am I going to be blowing up a land with this spell? Not very commonly. Story-wise, Memories of Nibelheim or Stroke of Midnight, it's Jin and Atsu's flashbacks, right? So when Jin starts having the flashbacks brought on from the Eagle's Poison, or the entire flashback mechanic that they build into Atsu's character in Ghost of Yote. So anytime you go to her house and you're able to hold the button down to flash back to young Atsu, it's just like when Tifa flashes back to young Tifa in Nibelheim. Up next, we have one of the few tutors. In fact, it might be the only tutor in this deck, if I remember right. Let me pull up the deck list right quick here and double check. I believe it is the only, yes, it is the only tutor source. So what is a tutor? If you're familiar, one of the old alpha cards called Demonic Tutor in Magic the Gathering, costs 1 and a black, lets you just go get any card from your deck and put it in your hand. It's a very expensive Magic card. Well, this is a budget-friendly version that's also not a game changer. So Mastermind's Acquisition costs 2 and 2 black for a sorcery that says choose one, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. So just like Diabolic Tutor, which costs the same, or a more expensive version of Demonic Tutor, these are considered more fair because they cost so much more mana. Or the second mode, which doesn't actually work in Commander. Take note, this is not there in a Commander game. Choose a card you own from outside the game and put it into your hand. That doesn't work in Commander because typically what this is any format where you have a sideboard. You can go get one of the cards from your sideboard and put it in your hand. That doesn't work in Commander because there is no sideboard. The inspiration for this, it's whenever Atsu eliminates a member of the Yote 6, right? She's masterminded her revenge plot, and she's acquiring each name on her list. And then the final story card we have. Of course, if you're in white and you're running Path to Exile, then you probably should also run its twin, Swords to Plowshares. Also costs a white, also an instant, has you exile target creature, but instead of them getting a land, their controller gains life equal to its power. Now, there's some contention amongst Magic players as to which they say is the better removal, Exile, Path to Exile, or STP. I think the best one is whatever one is in your hand when you need it. Some people have said, oh, giving them a land, it's ramping them in mana, that's helping them out more in the long term. Like, yes, but this is having them gain that much life. And what are the odds I'm removing a 90 power creature? Probably unlikely. So at most, they're probably gaining maybe 5 or 6 life. But I'm going to hit them with Jin and make them lose all that life anyway. And might even hit them for more than that. So I say, for me, whatever removal is in your hand the moment you need it, that's the best removal. On to the next topic. We are almost through this deck, y'all. So up next we have the gear cards. These are all of the various armors and cosmetics and things in the game. First up, we have Argentum Armor, costs 6 to cast. It is an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +6/+6. Equips for 6. Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target permanent. That can include lands. Now, it does cost 6 to cast, but it gives +6/+6, and it is 6 to equip. And cards like this is the reason why I said Arden is so disgusting. Because Arden, the Intrepid Archaeologist we saw, will equip this for free at start of combat. So you could make Jin a 8/10 and give him double strike and have him destroy a permanent. That's gross. That's a gross equipment. Yeah, it's very yeah, it's dirty. Now we'll get into another way to cheat equip costs because there's some even dirtier things. We'll get into that at the end of this section, actually. So this, of course, it's the Sakai clan armor. It's your samurai armor. You enjoy? Yeah, Argentum armor is dirty. It's a nasty card. Up next, we have Helm of the Host. For the Voltron enjoyers, you are about to be eating right now because you are going to see so many fun equipments that if you like building Voltron decks where you get to just throw all the pieces on your favorite cards and keep sending them sideways, there's a lot of very fun stuff that maybe you didn't know existed or maybe you've never thought about including. So Helm of the Host, it's 4 to cast. It's another legendary artifact equipment. We saw that with the Sword of the Animist. It equips for 5, or free with Arden, and has, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature, except the token isn't legendary. That token gains haste. What if I didn't have to send Jin into combat every combat? What if instead I popped the Helm of the Host on him and I sent a token copy of him instead? Now I don't even have to worry about risking my commander. Or more so, because that token isn't legendary, I could send my main copy of Jin at one opponent and give it double strike, and I could send the token copy of Jin at another opponent and give it double strike, or unblockable. Very good equipment. And on looks alone, I think you could see almost like the antlers. The inspiration is the Sakai helmet. It's the samurai helmet you get with Jin's armor. Up next, we have the Mask of Memory, a very good card draw equipment. So it casts for 2, artifact equipment, equips for only 1. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard a card. Chat, let's have a look at Jin again, shall we? Remember this first line of text that says, whenever Jin Sakai deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card. And you can give him double strike. So I can hit with first strike damage and draw a card. And then I hit with the double strike damage and draw a second card. Mask of Memory says, when I deal combat damage, I can draw 2 cards, and then Jin is drawing 1 card. So I'm drawing 3 cards, and I only have to discard a single card. And then the second damage, that's just on first strike damage. Then regular damage happens. I draw another 3 cards and discard 1. This card goes hard in a Jin deck. This, of course, it's the Ghost mask. You know it, you love it. It's the favorite mask from the Ghost of games. It's the mask of memory because it's the memories of when Taka gave it to you. Up next, we have Whisper Silk Cloak. This is one of my favorite equipments in the deck. Because Whisper Silk Cloak casts for 3, equips for 2. Equipped creature is unblockable, meaning I now don't have to choose with Jin. I just am already unblockable. Now I just choose double strike. And now Jin is hitting for double every time. Also, equipped creature has Shroud. Downside. Upside is it means it can't be targeted by anything. It cannot be the target of spells or abilities, period. That does mean I can't target it with my own things, like equipping more equipment onto him. So how this works with Shroud, you have to unequip it first, then equip any of the things you want to, and then put this back on. So that is a little bit of a downside. But one of the cool workarounds, again, with Arden, why Arden is an MVP in this deck. Arden, I could take all of my equipment and move them onto Jin. And because the Shroud doesn't hit until all of those equipment triggers have targeted, and then once they're all attached, now it has Shroud. So Arden's a cool workaround where you could be like, I'm going to put all 5 of these equipment onto Jin, and now I don't have to pay any of the equip costs, and now it doesn't matter if he has Shroud because everything's already equipped. So fun little workaround. This, of course, evocative of the Ghost armor that you get. It's your stealth armor, your ninja armor. Now we move into the Ghost of Yotei gear, or some of the Ghost of Yotei gear, at least the main Yotei gear. The Haunted Cloak casts for 3, equips for 1. Equipped creature has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. That's great. You throw that on a Jin. Now he's not tapping when he attacks, and he's trampling, and he can attack immediately. That's great. You throw that on any creature. Those are 3 great keywords right there. This, just on the brown alone, it looks like that brown fur, right? When I first saw this, I was like, oh wait, this is the Onryo's armor for Atsu. It's her main armor she gets with the pelt on it. And Haunted Cloak, Atsu's haunted by the memory of her family being killed that night. So it felt very evocative for my sweet baby Atsu. Up next, we have the Hedge Witch's Mask. Hey, just on up front, we had the Onryo's armor. This is the Onryo's mask, right? Costs 1 white, artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, equips for 2, and equipped creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 4 or greater. So the really neat thing about this, right? Jin is a 2/4. This makes him a 3/5. He can't be blocked by creatures power 4 or greater. That means if you solo block him, the biggest thing that could block him is a 4/4. And it's not going to kill him if you're just solo blocking. So, fun little include there. And finally, I think this might be... If this isn't the last Final Fantasy card we have in the deck, it's getting close to. This might well be the last Final Fantasy card we see, though. This is one of the best equip cheat spells they've ever printed. This card is broken. Stolen Uniform costs 1 blue. It's instant speed. Choose target creature you control, and target equipment doesn't say that you control. You gain control of that equipment until end of turn. So if your opponent has an Argentum armor out, well, it's my Argentum armor now until end of turn. I attach it to the chosen creature for free. Well, for 1 blue mana, I attach it. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. This is just the cleanup wording because you only gain control of the equipment until end of turn. It's so that when you go to give the equipment back, you don't lose your creature with it. This gets around the 6 equip cost of Argentum armor. This gets around the 5 equip cost of Helm of the Host. Because it does say target equipment. It can be my own equipment. This part says when you lose control of that. Well, if it's my equipment, I don't lose control of it, so I don't have to unattach it. So it will permanently attach that equipment. If I control the creature and the equipment, I just cheat the equip cost for 1. This card is disgusting. It's so good in a Voltron deck. This, of course, it's stolen armor. It's the Mongol armor from Ghost of Yote. There you go. It's the stolen uniform. It's in the name. All right. We are on to the ranged and quick fire things in the game. This is all of your different, range attacks and R1 options. Now, I'm going to clarify this up front because this is as big as the eye rolly part gets. But go with me, chat. Soul Ring. It costs 1. It's an artifact. It taps for 2. You know it. You love it. It's in almost every commander deck. This, it's the half bow, or the Hankyu from Yote. Why? It's the trusty bow. Every game should have a bow. Every Ghost of game, it's your first ranged option you unlock. It's the mana ramp spell. It's the mana rock that's in every deck. This is the first spot you go for accelerating your abilities, right? So that was the reasoning behind that, right? A lot of the ramp pieces, very often your range weapons. Here is the second and other game changer that's in this deck. Now, like I said, Rhystic Study was put in the deck because just having this card alone was making the deck a bracket 3, right? It's the more competitive level. Bracket 4 is like, that's the most competitive level until you get to bracket 5 or CEDH, which is the like, listen, if you don't win by turn 3, your deck is doing it wrong, right? So this is considered a tuned deck. This is a deck that you don't play at casual tables or with new players, right? This one card alone made it a bracket 3 because it's a game changer. So Rhystic Study was included because it's like, well, if it's going to be a bracket 3, I at least want a more reliable way to draw cards. Why is this card in here at all? Well, because we had Frodo, Gollum, Sam, and they're part of a larger scene, and this is the final part of the scene. You can see there's Gollum's hand there. So I'm the type of player that if there is a scene, right, of a number of cards that attach together to make a picture, I want to put all of them in the same deck so that I can... The hope is, Magic Chef style, I want to try to get all of those cards in the scene in play at the same time. But the One Ring is a busted piece of card draw. So if you're unfamiliar with the One Ring, I think its cheapest version is now $50, which is about what the bundle cost me. So, and this came with every bundle, this artwork of the One Ring. So, the One Ring, it is a 4-mana legendary artifact. It's indestructible. so you can't use any destroy target artifact. You have to use an exile effect to remove it. When the One Ring enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. That means none of your opponents, they can attack you, but none of their creatures can damage you until your next turn. You get a full round. You can get up and go pee or do whatever you need to for a full round and can't nothing hurt you. They can affect your stuff, but they can't affect you. Also, at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each burden counter on the One Ring. Well, that gets progressively, like, it hurts progressively more, but you tap, put a burden counter on the One Ring, then draw a card for each burden counter on the One Ring. That's why this card is so good, because it's colorless, it can run in any deck. The turn I play it, I get a round of not having to worry about being killed. This is indestructible, so it's really hard for them to deal with. And I get to draw a card because I put a burden counter. Then my next turn, I lose a life. I get to tap this again, put a second burden counter on it. Now I draw 2 cards. And you see, and that scales. So then you lose 2 life, but then I get to draw 3 cards, 3 life, get to draw 4 cards, and so on. Now, why is this in here? It's the longbow, or the Yumi, right? We had the Soul Ring, was the short bow. The One Ring, that's the longbow. Why? Because if you've had it for long enough, it might just kill in 1 hit. So that was the flavor reason, because I had the other cards in here, because this deck was totally different before I got the Ghost of Tsushima thing. I took it all apart and rebuilt it, but I really wanted to keep these 4 cards in the deck because I think they just look cool. And then I found, flavorful reasons for why they belonged. Strionic Resonator, 2 mana artifact. You could pay 2 and tap, copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. A triggered ability is anything that says when, whenever, or at. Why is this in here? Whenever Jin deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So I could have him draw 2 cards. Or if I give him double strike, I could have him draw 3 cards. Right? Or, more importantly, I gotta sneeze. Oh, no, it's gone. Never mind. Surprise sneeze. And then it decided to change its mind. More importantly, use Strionic Resonator to copy this ability. Thank you. My sneeze decided it was camera shy. And now I have that, I have to sneeze, but no sneeze happened. You know that feeling? It's like blue balls for the nose. You can copy this triggered ability. So whenever a creature you control attacks a player, if no other players are attacking, or if no other creatures are attacking that player, choose one. So with Strionic Resonator in play, I could choose both of these. So I can make Jin unblockable and give him double strike for only 2 mana. So that's why that's in there. Thematically, this felt evocative of the Tanegashima and the Tanzutsu, the 2 firearms you get in Ghost of Yotei. Why? Because you're getting those double triggers. It's 2 barrels, right? It's the 2 guns. Listen, just go with it. Just go with it, man. Up next, we have one of the... Actually, this might be the last card we see that was from the official Secret Lair. I believe it is, actually. This is Ghostly Flicker. It's a 2 and a blue for an instant. Lets you exile 2 target artifacts, creatures, and or lands you control. Then return those cards to the battlefield under your control. So they instantly leave the battlefield, right? They get exiled, right? But then instantly return again. So that's what's known as flickering. So where this works really cool, when they're exiled, any counters or things on them go away. What did we see that was an artifact that could gain a bunch of counters and possibly kill us? The One Ring. If you use Ghostly Flicker on the One Ring, all the burden counters go away and it comes back fresh. So it won't kill you. Any of your creatures that have when this creature enters the battlefield, they get their ETBs back. You need 2 lands untapped or need their abilities again. Hey, what if you got a secret tunnel and you paid the 4 and tapped and made 2 creatures unblockable, but I need to do that for 2 more creatures? I could Ghostly Flicker secret tunnel and then tap it again. So it's a fun little flicker spell. And of course you have the great quote from Yuna, "Kill them without a sound." You got the dope art of Jin there with the grappling hook and his sword. This is the smoke bomb, right? You could see it in the art. It's when Jin drops the smoke bomb and disappears from view from his enemies. Up next, we have the Arcane Signet. Like I said, a lot of your base mana rocks tended to be your ranged weapon stuff in this, is just how it kind of shook out the way I looked at it. So, Arcane Signet, it costs 2, it's an artifact, lets you tap for 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. One of the head magic designers, Gavin Verhey, who developed this card, has gone on record as saying, "I believe Arcane Signet was a mistake. It was too cheap for what it did." But, when you consider you have cards like Commander's Sphere that costs 3 and does exactly this, but you can also sacrifice it at instant speed to draw a card, I don't think this was that broken. But Arcane Signet is the nod to the kunai, or the blowgun, in Ghost of Tsushima. They're both of your, common, quick handheld attacks that you have. And it has a big hand on it. So that was my connection. Don't judge me. The Swiftfoot Boots costs 2. It is an artifact equipment. Equipped creature has hexproof, which is better Shroud. Shroud says nothing can target it. Hexproof says just my opponent's stuff can't target it. And it gives it haste and equips for only 1. This is a great staple in a commander deck. Now, I have had a friend ask me, why didn't I put Lightning Greaves in there? Because it costs 2 but equips for 0. Well, because Lightning Greaves gives Shroud. If you're in a Voltron deck, you'd rather have Hexproof so that you don't have to move your equipments off to put more stuff on. Having this lets me just equip on top of. This is the inspiration was the wind chime in the Metsubushi. It's the distractionary items so that you can run away. That was the thoughts behind it. I was like, Swiftfoot Boots, the classic run card. And then, speak of Commander Sphere and it shall appear. Commander Sphere costs 3 mana, it's an artifact, add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. You can sacrifice Commander's Sphere at instant speed, even while it's tapped. So I can tap this for mana and then sacrifice it if I want to draw a card. It's the black powder / the sticky / the scorch bombs. Why? Because they're all orb. Orb. They're a splody orb, and this looks like a splody orb. That was the inspiration. All right, final section, chat. Here we go. The final 6 cards. Are you ready? This is the real meat and potatoes right here. Weapons. So, excuse me. First up, Ancestral Katana. This is the most straightforward reference in the entire deck. It's 1 and a white, artifact equipment. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1. When you do, attach an ancestral katana to it. This is the best turn 2 drop for this deck. And then hopefully, so ideally you want to go like turn 1, mana rock, turn 2, drop the katana, turn 3, now that you have that mana rock, you get Jin out, and you can pay the extra 1 to put the katana on him. So then Jin is immediately a 4/5, because Jin is a samurai. So it equips for only 1 when that creature attacks alone, right? So, fun little insta attack. Or you can just hard equip it for 3. Pretty straightforward. It's the Sakai clan katana and Tanto. Like I said, the reference wasn't super deep there. One of my favorite equipments in Magic the Gathering, and arguably one of the best equipments they've ever made. This is Shadow Spear. Costs 1 to cast, equips for 2, legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and lifelink. For only 3 mana, you get all that. And on top of that, you can pay 1. Permanents your opponents control lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So does your opponent have a problematic 1 ring that you need to blow up? Is your opponent playing Indestructible God's Kindred? Does your opponent have a lot of really annoying things that give all of their artifacts hexproof? For 1 mana, they can place their head between their knees and kiss those keywords goodbye. Evocatively, this is Atsu's Yari Spear. Or connectively, the Way of the Flame / the Oni's Flame. Why? Because the Oni's Flame and the Way of the Flame, those 2 abilities from Tsushima and Yotei, that's how you removed opponents' shields, right? You lit your sword on fire, you hit their wooden shield, it burned it up. It removes the shields. And it's a spear, like Atsu's spear. Up next, we have Sword of Truth and Justice. So there's 2 Sword of X and Y's in this deck. Oh, hey, ads incoming in about 5 minutes, just a heads up. Costs 3 to cast, artifact equipment, equips for 2. So all of the Sword of X and Y, right? It's a whole series of 10 different, well, actually there's 11 now. I think there's 12 if you consider there's an uncard that's also a Sword of X and Y. But the main 10 each give protection from 2 colors and +2/+2, and then add additional text. And they all cast for 3, equip for 2. So Sword of Truth and Justice here gives the equipped creature +2/+2 and protection from white and from blue. Also, whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control, it could be the equipped one, and then you get to proliferate. So anything that has a counter of any kind on it, you can add an additional counter of that kind. Very, very cool sword. Especially because that pro white and blue means it's safe from all of your opponent's swords to plowshares and paths to exiles. Up next, well, this, I guess I should point this one out. This, of course, is, it's Atsu's main katana, the wolf katana, and also Jin's stone stance, which is the stance that he uses to fight other swordsmen. Other sword of that we have in here, Sword of Sinew and Steel, 3 to cast, 2 to equip, artifact equipment, +2/+2, protection from black and from red. So, the 2 swords together, you can see the art is almost like a mirror of each other, right? This one is pro-white and blue, this one is pro-black and red, If you have both of these swords on your creatures, then the only things that could target them would be or block them or deal damage to them would be green spells, which most green like removal is all fight spells, which means with that +4/+4, you're probably killing whatever they're trying to fight you with anyway. Sword of Sinew and Steel also has, whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target planeswalker and up to 1 target artifact. So you're getting pretty decent removal. You don't even have to attack the planeswalker. You attack the player. You could attack any player and then destroy a different planeswalker. It doesn't have to be one that person controls. Same with the artifact. Is there a problematic artifact? You could destroy it. Hey, remember how we had Shadow Spear? We could remove Indestructible from opponent's one ring and then hit them with our Sword of Sinew and Steel equipped and blow up their one ring. This, of course, is Atsu's dual katana, when she gets a second katana from Hanbei, or Jin's wind stance, which is how he learns to fight spearmen. Because it's got a long reach, right? And destroying target planeswalker or artifact, even if I don't hit that person, that's a pretty long reach. Just like the reference. Okay, here is why Arden and Stolen Uniform are gross. This singular card right here. Colossus Hammer. 1 to cast, 8 to equip. Equipped creature gets +10/+10 and loses flying. +10/+10. Equips for 8 unless you have Arden or Stolen Uniform. Then it can equip for free or for 1 blue mana. That makes Jin a 12/14. If I attack with Jin at a 12/14 and give him double strike, and my opponent cannot block him, they are dead in a single hit. Because he would hit for 12 and then hit for 12 again. That's a total of 24 damage. It only takes 21 commander damage to kill a player. Colossus Hammer with Arden and Stolen Uniform are dirty. This, of course, is Atsu's Odachi, her big giant sword, and Jin's Moon Stance, how he learns to fight the big brutes that very often are wielding the giant battle axes. And the final card of this deck, chat. We have Vorpal Sword. Only 1 black mana. Costs 2 black to equip, but artifact equipment, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Death Touch. This makes Jin a 4/4 with Death Touch. That's pretty gross. And in addition, for 5 and triple black, you get until end of turn, Vorpal Sword gains whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. Woof. So, for 3 mana, I can make Jin a 4/4 with Death Touch. For 8 mana, if Jin connects, which we can make him unblockable, remember, when he attacks, we can make him unblockable, and then on connecting, my opponent instantly loses the game. Woof. That, of course, is inspired by Atsu's Kusarigama, because the Kusarigama has the assassination ability with it, and Jin's Water Stance, which is how he also deals with shielded enemies. So there you go, chat. That is This Is Not a Place of Honor. Honor died on the beach. That is my Jin Sakai Ghost of Tsushima deck. I think we're going to take a quick, just a quick little break. and let me cycle some fluids, refresh my beverage. Y'all hang out and jam to some music for a minute, and I think we will be right back. Let me get all this stuff moved around. When we come back, we will be looking at Aloy. And like I said, don't worry, I know we've been going about 3 hours. This next deck is going to go much faster, okay? Because Jin is very much a pet deck, and I had a lot of references to talk about, just because I wanted to share all of my my mental illness with everyone, and show you all the connections to why cards are in here and whatnot. I knew this deck was going to be the longest to talk about, so that's why I wanted to do it first. So we're going to take a quick 5, and then when we come back, we will talk about Confidence is Quiet, You're Not, which is the my Aloy deck. So let me give me 1 sec here, chat. Okay. There we go. Alright, chat. We are going to take a quick break. Okay? Y'all hang out and vibe to the music. Y'all don't go away. I will see y'all in just a few minutes, and we will come back and wrap this up like Christmas Eve. All right, and we're back. There we go. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've had a good break. You got a chance to refill any beverages, grab any snacks. We're gonna move through this deck. This one, like I said, will be much faster than the Jin deck. I knew that the Jin deck was going to take quite a bit of time to go through. This one will move much faster, okay? So, up first, we're going to talk about the Commander. This, of course, is for our Aloy deck. I'll show you the deck name here. Excuse me, Spider-Man. There you go. It's our Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Confidence is quiet, you're not, which is one of my favorite Aloy quotes. It's a green-blue deck that's all about artifacts, artifact creatures specifically, and 1/1 counters. So, our commander, Aloy here. Aloy, Savior of Meridian. She costs 3 green-blue for a 3/5 human warrior. Has, there we go. Move a little closer. Legendary creature, human warrior, has vigilance and reach, so she can block those pesky flyers, and doesn't tap when she has to attack, which is nice. And has in you all things are possible, which is the flavor name for her ability of whenever one or more artifact creatures you control attack, discover X, where X is the greatest power among them. Discover is the better cascade that they introduced with Lost Caverns of Ixalan. You exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with that mana value or less. Cast it without paying its mana cost, or if you don't want to cast it, you could put it into your hand. That's how they fixed Cascade. Because sometimes you'd cascade into like a counter spell or a board wipe or something that you didn't necessarily want to cast. This will let you put it in your hand if you don't want to cast it, so you could always use it later. And then you put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, this deck wants you to be attacking with artifact creatures so that you can get value based off of their power. And it is the greatest power among them, those that are attacking. So you can attack with multiple artifact creatures, and just whatever the most powerful one is, that's the upper limit for Discover. So if you have a 7 power artifact creature attacking, you get any non-land spell, any non-land card worth 7 or less that you can cast for free. So let's have a look at the creatures, shall we? The first creature in our decent stack of creatures here. This is a very creature-heavy deck because there are some artifact creatures. There's quite a few artifact creatures, obviously, because we want to trigger that Discover. But there's also a number of creatures like Hydras here that care about 1/1 counters. So, one of the classic commander Hydras that you'll love to see, Mana Gorger Hydra, 2 and a green for a 1/1 Hydra creature that has trample, so as long as it can assign lethal combat damage to any blockers, any excess damage tramples over to your opponent. Whenever a player casts a spell, you put a 1/1 counter on Mana Gorger Hydra. I got this thing up to 48 +1/+1 counters when I played it the other day. It was ridiculous. Nobody could deal with Mana Gorger Hydra. So it's just very good, very easily, quickly big creature. Next we have Forgotten Ancient, 3 and a green for a 0/3 elemental. Has the same thing as Mana Gorger Hydra. Whenever a player casts a spell, you may put a 1/1 counter on Forgotten Ancient. However, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may move any number of 1/1 counters from Forgotten Ancient onto other creatures. So this is a great way to be able to then distribute those 1/1 counters amongst all of your creatures. Up next, we have Colonian Hydra, rather. 3 and 2 green for a 0/0 Hydra with trample. When it enters with 4 +1/+1 counters, right? Whenever it attacks, you double the number of 1/1 counters on each creature you control. So, the first time this attacks, it attacks as an 8/8. The next time it attacks as a 16/16, and so on. Plus, it's doubling all of the other 1/1 counters you have on your creatures. So it's very strong. Up next, we have Bristly Bill Spinesower. Great 1/1 counter creature. Costs 1 and a green for a 2/2 legendary creature plant druid. Has landfall, so whenever you play a land, you get this trigger. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on target creature. And for 3 and 2 green, double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. So it does that Colonian Hydra thing. So if you're doing Forgotten Ancient and you're moving all the counters on him to each of your creatures, you can then easily pay 5 mana and double those counters. Plus, then if you have Colonian Hydra and you attack with him, you double them again. Next we have Rishkar Pima Renegade, 2 and a green, legendary creature elf druid, 2/2. Whenever Rishkar Pima Renegade enters, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So he just comes in and makes 2 of your things 1 bigger, which is pretty nice, but has an additional text of each creature you control with a counter on it has tapped to add green mana. So all of your things with 1/1 counters then can become mana dorks, which is Super nice being able to help you cast even bigger problems. Next we have Jolrael Moanvuli Recluse, 1 and a green, legendary creature, human druid, 1/2. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/2 green cat creature token. Great way to get you some blockers. And then for 4 green, until end of turn, creatures you control, all of your creatures, have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. Remember, Aloy is keeping our hand full if we're not casting the spells we discover with. So that's pretty good. And if we have 5 cards in hand, all of our creatures can become base power and toughness 5/5. Then plus any 1/1 counters on them, they'd be even bigger. This one is in here. This is a bit of a flavor pick because it felt evocative of oh, what is her name? The one of the major villains that you fight in Forbidden West. I cannot remember her name now. Riala? I'm drawing a blank. One sec. Let me pull it up. She has a bow in this secret lair named after Regala. That's what it is. So that was included because the character just felt evocative of Regala a little bit. With the Panthers in the background, kind of felt like the machines that she rides in on. But also just a pretty good card if you need to boost your power and toughness to help trigger your Discover for a specific value on any of your artifact creatures. Next we have Llanowar Loam Speaker, 1 and a green, creature elf druid, 1/3, taps for a mana of any color. Great mana dork for 2 mana. Also has the ability tap target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with haste until end of turn. It's still a land and you activate only as a sorcery. So remember Secret Tunnel from earlier? If you have Secret Tunnel in play, you can have it become a 3/3 elemental that's unblockable. Pretty great. And just a great mana dork. 1/3 is a good stat line for being able to block if need be. And then you can hold them up for mana if you need for any of your instants. Next we have Kodama of the West Tree, 2 and a green, legendary creature spirit. It's a 3/3 with reach. Has modified creatures you control have trample. Modified creatures are anything with an equipment or aura attached, or any counters. Those are all modifications. So all of your modified creatures now get trample. So if you're doing 1/1 counter stuff, now they're all tramplers. And whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you get to search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield, tap then shuffle. So you're getting ramp. Pretty great card if you're in 1/1 counter shenanigans. Next we have my second favorite Kodama. Kodama of the East Tree, 4 green, legendary creature spirit, is a 6/6 with reach. Has partner, which again we've talked about partner. Any 2 creatures with partner, both can be your commanders. But has whenever another permanent you control enters, if it wasn't put onto the battlefield with this ability, you may put a permanent card with equal or lesser mana value from your hand onto the battlefield. This triggers on anything you cast or when you trigger Aloy's Discover. So if I discover for 6 and say I manage to get a 3 mana value creature, I could then put any 3 mana value permanent card or less onto the battlefield for free. Pretty great. And it is whenever. So anything else I cast, this will trigger again and again and again. And anytime I put things onto the battlefield, I get free stuff. So pretty good card for 6 mana. Next, we have Skilled Animator. 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human artificer. When Skilled Animator enters the battlefield, target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 5/5 for as long as Skilled Animator remains on the battlefield. This is great with any of your like mana rocks. They can suddenly become 5/5s. They're artifact creatures, so they trigger Aloy's Discover. Or if you have small artifact creatures in play and you want to beef them up, they then become 5/5s, so they're even easier to discover with. This, again, flavor include to me, it's Silence from Horizon. Next up we have Memenon, or as the memes call him, Menomina. Do-do-do-do-do. Menomina. Do-do-do-do. The right hand, 3 and 2 blue for a 3/4 Jellyfish Advisor, legendary creature, with flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. It's got a future side effect. I just get to look at the top card. So, I know if I'm going to be discovering into something good with Aloy. And you may cast artifact spells from the top of your library. Also very good with that discover. If I have a tiny artifact on top of my library, I can get it off there before I attack so that I can potentially discover into something better. And it has that pesky Urza text. Artifacts you control have tap, add blue mana. Spend this mana only to cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. So, all of my artifacts now become blue mana rocks, which could help me recast Aloy if I need to. Or any other spells I might have that are not in my hand. Next, we have one of my favorite heralds. This is Herald of Secret Streams. 3 and a blue for a 2/3 Merfolk Warrior. Creatures you control with 1/1 counters on them can't be blocked. This card is great with all of your Hydras, if you have a Bristly Bill, if you're doing spreading your 1/1 counters around from the I just forgot his name. Forgotten Ancient. If you drop a 1/1 counter on each of your creatures, great. They're now all unblockable. Next, I finally found a home for the boy. Diamond Weapon. This is one of the Final Fantasy cards. It costs 7 green, but it's an 8/8, and it costs 1 less. It is a legendary artifact creature elemental. Costs 1 less for each permanent card in your graveyard. So if I've been sending in tons of my little artifact creatures trying to discover, and they're all dying, this gets cheaper and cheaper. Does have reach, and has immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. Plus it's an artifact creature, so anytime I attack with him, I get to discover 8 if this is my biggest artifact creature. Pretty great. And I don't have to worry about him dying in combat. Next, we have the Reality Chip, one of my favorite reconfigure cards from Kamigawa. Costs 1 and a blue for a 0/4 legendary artifact creature equipment Jellyfish. Again, has that future sight ability. Lets you look at the top card of your library anytime. And as long as Reality Chip is attached to a creature, you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. So again, it helps you try to set up for a good discover. And reconfigures for 2 and a blue, which lets you turn it into an equipment. And then, of course, if anything happens to the creature that it's equipped to, it still stays. Like, the creature goes away, but then this stays on the battlefield and reverts back to being a creature. Reconfigure is very, very good. Next up, we have Ethereum Sculptor. 1 and a blue for a 1/2 artifact creature Vidalcan Artificer. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Just a good cost reducer for all of your artifacts, of which there are many in this deck. Next, we have another Final Fantasy card. This is Rook Turret, 3 and a blue, for a 3/3 artifact creature construct, has flying. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. If you're discovering into other artifacts, it's great. It helps you loot so that you can potentially get better things in your hand if need be. Pretty great Final Fantasy card. It is from Final Fantasy 14. A lot of people have called this Fair Smuggler's Copter for a minute. Smuggler's Copter has a similar thing, but it's on a vehicle. And it just triggers, I think, when it deals combat damage, if I remember right. Next, we have the man, the myth, the menace, Kappa Cannoneer, 5 and a blue for a 4/4 artifact creature turtle warrior with improvise. Your artifacts can help you cast this spell. Each artifact you tap after you're done activating mana abilities pays for 1. So, all of your artifacts can tap to help pay for that colorless. So, if you have enough artifacts in play, this could cast for 1 mana. Has Ward 4, which means anything that your opponents have that targets this, any abilities or spells, are countered unless they pay an additional 4 mana. And whenever this creature or another artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on this creature, it can't be blocked this turn. Pretty great at being able to just continue to get out of control, especially when you're in artifacts. Next, we have Acquisition Octopus. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 artifact creature equipment Octopus. Whenever Acquisition Octopus or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and reconfigures for 2. Pretty great thing to snap on an Aloy. Then you have a 3/5 Vigilance Reach that draws you cards when she attacks. Or when she hits. Next we have Master Transmuter. This card is dirty. It is 3 and a blue for a 1/2 artifact creature human artificer. Has pay a blue, tap, return an artifact you control to its owner's hand. You may put an artifact card from your hand into play. Any artifact you control, and you can put in any artifact from your hand for 1 blue. This is nasty. Why? Because we'll see in a minute. Next we have Armguard Familiar. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 artifact creature equipment beast. Has Ward 2, so just like Kappa Cannoneer, but only 2 mana that they have to pay. Reconfigures for 4, but equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has Ward 2. Pretty great at being able to help keep your Aloy on the battlefield. It also makes Aloy a 5/6, which is pretty great, giving her Ward 2, making her harder to remove for your opponents. And also has actually done me some decent work as an attacker, because it is an artifact creature. It's a 2/1. Most of your opponents don't care to block it if there's bigger things coming at them. And discovering for 2 means you're probably getting a decent mana rock out of it. Or one of your smaller artifact creatures. Next, we have the Iron Giant. 7 mana. Artifact creature demon. It's a 6/6. Has Vigilance, Reach, and Trample. This is just a good card to cascade or to discover into. A 6/6 with Vigilance, Trample, and Reach. That's pretty great, especially if you can get it out there for free with that Discover ability. And great target for 1/1 counters. Next, we have 3 Tree Mascot. It costs 2. It's a 2/1 artifact creature shapeshifter, so it has Changeling. So it is every card. It is every creature type, and has pay 1, add 1 mana of any color, activate only once each turn. So it's a little mana fixer. The nice thing is that because it's pay a mana, you can use any of your mana sources, including colorless, to pay into it to make a mana of any color to be able to fix you for the color you need. And it doesn't need to tap to do it. So you can even send this into combat if you need to get your discovery trigger, and then still use it for your mana fixing. Next up, we have Mindless Automaton. 4 mana for a 0/0 artifact creature construct. Mindless Automaton enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it. You can pay 1 and discard a card to put a 1/1 counter on Mindless Automaton, but we're in a 1/1 counters deck, so we're probably not using that. Or remove 2 1/1 counters from Mindless Automaton, draw a card. Which is a great way if you have your reality chip or your other future sight effect where you get to look at the top card. If you just absolutely need that top card off of your deck, off the top of your deck, so that you can try to discover into something else, this is a great way to manipulate that top card. Next we have Virulent Silencer. 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact creature robot assassin. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. This card from Edge of Eternities is disgusting. It's just gross. Because poison counters is an alternate win condition. So how poison works is if a player has 10 or more poison counters, they lose the game. In a 40 life format, this says I only need to hit you with 5 creatures. I just need to hit you with 5 artifact creatures, and you lose the game. That's nuts. Next up, we have Staunch Throne Guard. 5 mana for a 2/5 artifact creature construct. Has vigilance. When he enters the battlefield, you become the monarch. It's a great little mechanic they introduced in Commander Legends. The monarchy, honestly, is kind of an accelerant for Commander games, because the monarchy is you get an emblem called the monarch that says on your end step, you draw a card. Pretty great. Well, it can change hands. So as soon as a player deals combat damage to whomever controls the monarchy, they then become the monarch. So it's a great way to like pass it around where everybody, anyone who has the monarch token, they then are the ones getting attacked because everybody wants to draw cards, because drawing cards wins games. So this is a nice way to just, let me stay in the red zone. I'm going to be sending my creatures into combat anyway, and I'm getting extra cards off of it. Next we have Psychosis Crawler, a classic for artifact decks. 5 mana for a star artifact creature, Phyrexian Horror. Psychosis Crawler's power and toughness are each equal to the number of cards in your hand. We've got quite a bit of card draw stuff happening, so this could get pretty big. Also, whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life. Hey, you remember that other creature that said we could remove 2 1/1 counters from it and draw a card? Now we just get to make each of our opponents lose a life whenever we're drawing. Pretty great card. Next we have Steel Overseer. 2 mana for a 1/1 artifact creature construct. Tap, put a 1/1 counter on each artifact creature you control. Just a nice little boost, especially if you have Rishkar, who lets you turn them all into mana dorks. If you have Herald of Secret Streams, that makes them all unblockable now. Great little way to get 1/1 counters on your creatures. Next we have Foundry Inspector. 3 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature construct. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. It's just another artifact cost reducer. It's really nice because if you have this and our Vidalcan, let me pull them up here. The Ethereum Sculptor. There he is. So if you have both of these in play, your artifacts are 2 less to cast, which is pretty dope. That means, you're getting free Steel Overseer. Costs nothing now. Haywire Might. This is one of my favorite, more recent removal. I think this card, I know it was at least reprinted in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. It might be older than that. I don't remember off the top of my head. But it only costs 1 mana. It's a 1/1 artifact creature insect. When Haywire Haywire Mite dies, you get to gain 2 life. But for a single green mana and sacrifice him, you get to exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. It's a great removal spell on an artifact. Especially because at 1 power, most of your opponents probably aren't going to block a Haywire Mite. And that lets you discover for X equaling 1, which lets you get a Soul Ring. It lets you get a couple of fun little things. Next up, we have Solemn Simulacrum. 4 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature golem. Everybody loves Sad Robot. When Solemn Simulacrum enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle, so it ramps you when it comes down. And when he dies, you may draw a card. Just good ramp. That is just good, consistent ramp. And draws you a card, so he replaces himself when he dies. Ornithopter of Paradise, 2 mana for a 0/2 artifact creature Thopter with flying, taps for a mana of any color. It's Artifact Birds of Paradise. Next we have Relentless X ATM 092, a 6 mana 6/5 artifact creature robot spider. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures, or as we've jokingly called it, Super Menace. And for 8 mana, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. Note, it doesn't say at sorcery speed. So if you have the mana up, you can do this at the end of an opponent's turn so that it will just untap on your turn. Now, finality counter is if this creature would die, exile it instead. But with our Ethereum Sculptor, who lets us pay a blue and return an artifact to our hand, we could return this, and then the finality counter falls off. And it's just, that's kind of a house, you know? Discovering for 6, for only 6 mana, and it's really hard to block. It's a pretty great card. Now we're getting into some more of the Secret Lair cards from the Horizon Secret Lair. Here we have Thunderjaw, previously known as Meteor Golem, a classic artifact removal creature. Costs 7 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature golem, but when it enters, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls. It's just good removal on a 3/3 creature. Costs 7, but you know, if we're discovering into it, I'd never be mad about getting a Meteor Golem. I'm getting to blow something up. And the Beast. This is the Phasbor 7 Horus, previously known as Blightsteel Colossus. The one-shot robot was printed in this Secret Lair. The Horus, of course, was the final boss from the Burning Shores DLC that we played on stream. Costs 12 mana for an 11/11 artifact creature Phyrexian Golem with Trample, Infect, and Indestructible. Infect means this creature deals damage to creature in the form of -1/-1 counters, which gets around Indestructible, and deals damage to opponents in the form of poison counters. Remember how I said it only takes 10 poison counters for an opponent to lose the game? If this hits unblocked, that is a one-shot kill. That's why it's called one-shot robot. And it's indestructible, so there's not a whole lot they can do about it. They could exile it, they could make me shuffle it in, they could return it to my hand, and it has trample, so even if you throw some meat under it, it's probably getting through for some damage. And if this creature would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, you reveal it and shuffle it into your library instead. So it will come back. Blightsteel Colossus is gross. Also, worth noting, artifact creature. With that one we saw that gives your non-token artifact creatures, they also give 2 poison counters. That means this could give 13 poison counters. So they have to throw a bunch of meat underneath the steamroller if they want to not die. And that's our creatures for the deck. Next, let's have a look at some of the non-creature artifacts. Up first, this you pretty much want in any deck that cares about artifacts, especially artifact creatures. So we have Encroaching Mycosynth, 3 and a blue for an artifact that says non-land permanents you control are artifacts in addition to their other types. The same is true for permanent spells you control and non-land permanent cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So everything in play, everything in my hand, and everything in my deck that is a permanent becomes an artifact. So now Aloy is an artifact. Now all of my Hydras are artifacts. All of my lands become artifacts. Everything is artifacts. It's a very, very fun spell for an artifact deck. Next, we have Strionic Resonator. We did just see that another variation of this art in Jin Sakai. Cost 2, artifact. Pay 2, tap, copy target triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is for Aloy's Discover ability. So I could pay 2 mana and discover twice on one attacker, which is pretty great. We have Cloud Key here. 3 mana, artifact. As Cloud Key enters the battlefield, choose artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, or sorcery. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. The fun thing about this, if you choose artifact, it will still drop the cost on all of your artifact creatures. So it's another artifact reducer. So between this and the 2 creatures we saw, our artifacts could all cost 3 less, which is pretty gross. Next we have Soul Ring. You know it, you love it. Cost 1, artifact, taps for 2 colorless. Really, you play it in just about every commander deck. It's about the best mana rock in the format. Next we have Commander Sphere, 3 mana, artifact, taps for mana in your commander's color identity, and you can sack it to draw a card. Also saw that in Jin. You'll probably see those 2 mana rocks in most of the commander decks that I've built. Thought Vessel, we saw this in Jin as well. Cost 2, artifact, you have no max hand size, taps for colorless. Arcane Signet, cost 2, taps for one of your commander's colors. Again, you just want to include this pretty much in every commander deck. It's a good ramp. Here's a fun one. Manifold Key. It costs 1. It's an artifact. You can pay 1 and tap to untap another target artifact. This could be a mana rock. This could be one of your artifact creatures. This could be your Ethereum Sculptor if you want to cheat out another artifact creature. Or you can pay 3 and tap, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Hey, you remember that Blightsteel Colossus? What if I could just pay 3 mana and then one opponent is guaranteed to die? Manifold Key, pretty nuts. Next we have the world map. This was a bit of a flavor include because of course you have a world map in the Horizon games. But it's not a bad little land getter. Costs 1 mana for an artifact. You can pay 1, tap and sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So whatever color you may need, if you're lacking it, this will go get it. Or pay 3, tap and sacrifice this. Search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Now it can get you any land you need. So, very good in its modality, in its ability, and, like I said, discovering for 1, those little arm guard familiars, right? Attacking as a 2/1, or you got the Haywire Might attacking as a 1/1. I would never be mad discovering into a world map, or a Soul Ring. Next, we have Grafted War Gear, 3 mana, artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. Whenever Grafted War Gear becomes unattached from a permanent, sacrifice that permanent. So it's a nice sack outlet if you need it. It does equip for 0, But that +3/+2 is not nothing. If you throw that on a Haywire Mite, I now have a 4/3 Haywire Mite that's attacking. That will also discover for 4. So a nice little power boost there for our discovery with Aloy. Also pairs with this Secret Lair card that came with the Horizon Secret Lair, Regala's Wrath. It's a 1 mana artifact equipment, legendary artifact equipment, that was originally Taurian Soul Cleaver, which I want to say was printed in, I believe it was Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I think. It may have been before that. But equipped creature has vigilance, and whenever another artifact or creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, not just ours, but also opponents, put a 1/1 counter on equipped creature, and equips for 2. Remember how I said that when this becomes unequipped, you sacrifice the thing? So if we're putting this on something, and then we unattach it for 0, we put a 1/1 counter on the creature that has the bow. Pretty great. And gives them vigilance, so you throw this on one of your artifact creatures, it means they're not tapping when they attack. And finally, the other version of Speedy Boots. We had not Lightning Greaves, it was the Swiftfoot Boots in Jin. We have Lightning Greaves here, which is the other good boots. It costs 2, artifact equipment, equips for 0, equipped creature has haste and shroud. You'll love to see this. Especially, first main phase, I'm going to drop this big artifact creature, I'm going to throw the boots on him, I'm going to send it, discover for X. And then after combat, I'm just going to move it back onto Aloy so I can keep her on the field. That's all of our non-creature artifacts. Let's have a look at our other permanent spells. These are the enchantments that we have in the deck. Here we have Intruder Alarm. This is an enchantment that costs 2 and a blue. You can see this is the foil Avatar The Last Airbender version from the bonus sheet. And creatures don't untap during their controller's untap steps. Well, isn't that unfortunate? That means we don't get to untap on our untap. However, I have to sneeze 1 sec. Excuse me. Oh, my allergies. Whenever a creature enters, any creature enters, you get to untap all creatures. So the fun thing about this card, we can send our creatures into the red zone and attack with them. And even if they don't have vigilance, we get to go discovering. And if we discover into a creature, we then get to untap all of our creatures. Even if we don't discover a creature, as soon as one of our opponents plays a creature, we get to untap all of our creatures. Especially having the cards that turn our creatures into mana dorks. This is very, very good. We can tap our creatures to then cast creatures, to untap those creatures, to tap to cast more creatures. Next we have Primal Empathy. 1 green-blue for an enchantment, says at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if you control a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield. Otherwise, you get to put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. Just a great way to get some 1/1 counters, or draw cards if you've got the biggest beaters on the field. Next we have Greater Good. 2 green-green for an enchantment. Sacrifice a creature, draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power, then discard 3 cards. So if you've got 4 or 5 1/1 counters on your Haywire Mite, great way to draw 6 cards and then discard 3. Great way to get a bunch of cards in hand. Also works with Regala's Bow because we're sacrificing presumably an well, we have to sacrifice a creature, so it's going to put a 1/1 counter on whatever creature's holding the bow. Next we have Hadana's Climb. This is a bit of a fun enchantment from Ixalan, or Rivals of Ixalan. I forget exactly the set, but it's one of the original Ixalans. 1 green-blue legendary enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Then, if that creature has 3 or more 1/1 counters on it, you transform Hadana's Climb. Hadana's Climb is so gross because on its backside here, it turns into the Winged Temple of Orazca, a legendary land, taps for 1 mana of any color, or you can pay 1 green-blue, tap target creature you control, gains flying, and gets +X/+X, where X is its power. I used this card with Mana Gorger Hydra when I had 45 +1/+1 counters on it, or 44. So it was a 45/45. Used Hadana's Climb to make its base power and toughness 45/45, and then had 45 counters on it. And it gained flying. That kills players. Next we have Branching Evolution. Great little +1/+1 counter doubler. It's 2 and a green for an enchantment. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, twice that many 1/1 counters are put on that creature instead. So now our Hadana's Climb puts 2 1/1 counters. Our, what was the name of, I've already forgotten his name now. Our Steel Overseer. Pretty great. You tap, put 2 1/1 counters on each artifact creature you control. Just a nifty little way to get extra value out of all of your 1/1 counter shenanigans. Next we have an alternate win con here. Simic Ascendancy. It's a green and a blue for an enchantment. You can pay 1 green-blue to put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, or 2 of them. Whenever 1 or more 1/1 counters are put on a creature you control, put that many growth counters on Simic Ascendancy. So however many 1/1 counters we're putting on creatures, we put that many growth counters on Simic Ascendancy. You remember that artifact creature I just talked about that puts a 1/1 counter on each of your artifact creatures? It's putting that many growth counters. If we have Branching Evolution, and we're putting 2 1/1 counters on each of our creatures, then we're putting 2 growth counters on Simic Ascendancy. You see how this can get out of hand real quick. Its final line of text, at the beginning of your upkeep, if Simic Ascendancy has 20 or more growth counters on it, you win the game. Nice little alternate win con if you need it. And because this placing 1/1 counters can be done at instant speed, if I get up to, say, 19 counters, 19 growth counters, I could pay 3 mana on my final opponent's end step to put the 20th growth counter and win at the start of my turn. Next, we have one of my favorite Avatar The Last Airbender cards. This card is so great. It is the Tale of Katara and Toph. 2 and a green for an enchantment. Creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped for the first time during each of your turns, put a 1/1 counter on it. You're tapping creatures when you attack with them, so all of those artifact creatures that we're sending into combat are getting a +1/+1 counter. If they're mana dorks, because of Rishkar, now we tap them for mana, and they're getting 1 bigger. Pretty great. Next, we have Path of Discovery. 3 and a green for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control enters, it explores. Remember how we have Discovery? Discovering for X. If we discover and get a creature that we're casting for free enters, and we explore. You reveal the top card of your library. You put that card into your hand if it's a land. Otherwise, you put a 1/1 counter on the creature that just entered, and this card can be put back or put into your graveyard. So it's a great way to set yourself up for your next discover or your next draw. Next up, we have Hunter's Talent. 1 and a green. For an enchantment class, we saw the Rogues class in the Djinn deck before. When this enters, you get the level 1 ability. So when Hunter's Talent enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. If you got a nice big power creature, this could be a removal spell on one of your opponent's pesky blockers or pesky attackers. Also, you could pay 1 and a green. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0, and gains trample until end of turn. Great way to get 1 extra power for that discovery, and give trample if you just need to get damage through. And for 3 and a green, at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Great way to like get your power up there. I mean, Aloy herself is a 3 power creature. If you get a single 1/1 counter on Aloy, now you get to draw a card on your end step. And our only Planeswalker in the deck. This is in part for its versatility, but also felt like a flavor include as, I've just forgotten her name. Aloy's love interest, right? Because Planeswalkers act almost like secondary players because they have these loyalty counters which act almost like their health, and then once per turn you get to activate these loyalty abilities which can modify that number. So this is Vivian on the Hunt. Let me look up Aloy's love interest because I don't remember her name now. It is in Forbidden West. Sakya. That's who it was. So yeah, I included that as a little nod to Sakya, the love interest for Aloy. But Vivian on the Hunt, 4 green, legendary Planeswalker Vivian, enters with 4 loyalty. For +2 loyalty, you may sacrifice a creature, which triggers with Regala's Bow. That's a sacrifice. Or a creature dying. If you do, search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So, the nice thing about cards like this is when you have something like, let me find a good example here. There's a 7-drop. Where's my 6? Where's my 6ers? Was it before the Cannoneer? Was it after? Who even knows anymore, man? There we go. That'll work. Okay, so a perfect example here, chat. Say I've got Kodama of the East Tree here, and it's just not as useful to me. Maybe I don't have a whole lot of cards in my hand anymore, so I'm not able to trigger this free putting stuff on the battlefield. Well, this is a 6 mana value creature. So if I use Vivian's +1 ability, I can sacrifice this creature and go find a creature worth 6 + 1. So I could go get a 7-drop like Kappa Cannoneer and just put it into play. So that's a pretty great ability to ramp into your bigger creatures, right? If they've lived out their usefulness, let me get something bigger and scarier. Also, +1 loyalty, mill 5 cards, then you may put any number of creature cards milled this way into your hand. So, also has a great way to load your hand. And for -1, you get to make a 4/4 green Rhino Warrior creature token. 4/4 is a comparable threat in Magic the Gathering, right? 4 toughness is harder to deal with than most people think. So just comes in and I can -1 immediately and make a 4/4 Rhino. Now if I have Encroaching Mycosynth, that's now a 4/4 Artifact Rhino. So that means I can discover for 4. Pretty great. So that's our one and only Planeswalker. Now we are going to move on through to, you know what, we're going to talk about the last of the permanents in this deck, which is lands. You know them, you love them. Everybody loves lands. Lands help you cast spells. More decks should run more lands. First up, we have Exotic Orchard. We've talked about this before. It's the land what makes the colors of mana that your opponents can generate. So it's a great way to be able to try and get your mana fixed. And it enters untapped. Next up, we have Command Tower. If you're in a multicolor commander deck, you should be running a Command Tower, because it just will get you whatever color you need for your mana. Next, we have Public Thoroughfare. This is kind of a slept-on one. I think a lot of people don't think about this card because it was a common from Murders at Karlov Manor, and a lot of people really slept on this set. They kind of shirked away from it. They shunned it because they're like, oh, there wasn't a lot of value. There was a weird set. I didn't like it, blah, blah, blah. Murder mystery, hat set, blah, 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 blah. It enters the battlefield tapped, and when it enters, you sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped artifact or land you control. But it does tap for a mana of any color. This reads as, you know what can tap? Equipment can tap and still equip. I had the Regala's Bow out, and I played this land, and I just tapped my bow. And I'm still able to equip it, but now I've got a second Command Tower. Pretty great, honestly. Like, yeah, it comes in tapped, but that's fine. Next, we have Capital City. This is a land town, taps for colorless. It is a filter land, so you can pay 1 and tap to add a mana of any color. So if you do have a basic and you just absolutely need the other color in this deck, you just tap that basic, pay it into this, and it becomes the color you need. Or, late game, you can cycle it away for 2, which is pretty great. You discard this card, and you draw a card to replace it. So it's a nice little utility. Next, we have Crossroads Village, land town. This land enters tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color. This land taps for mana of the chosen color. So it's a nice little fix if you're like, you know, I've drawn a bunch of green, but I just really need a blue source. Well, this will fix it for you. Whatever color you need out of your 2 colors. Yes, it enters tapped, but again, 9 times out of 10, we're discovering into stuff for free. So having tapped mana is not the worst thing in the world because a lot of our stuff we're playing for free. Next, we have the Thriving series in our colors. We have Thriving Isle. Land enters tapped. As it enters, choose a color other than blue. So in this case, we have to choose green because we're a blue-green deck. Taps for blue or a mana of the chosen color. So this becomes a green-blue land. And you'll notice a lot of the lands in this deck tend to be more budget-friendly. I tried to keep this at a... this is a bracket 2 deck. Right? So it's core. This is considered like pre-con level Magic. So if you buy a deck pre-constructed out of the box, this is about the power level you'd get. It's a pretty, like a pretty average salt summary. So you're not going to have a bunch of cards that people are going to get super mad about. Probably the one that people will get angriest about in this deck is going to be Blightsteel Colossus. And it's also pretty budget friendly overall. Like the most expensive cards in this deck are the Strionic Resonator and the Bristly Bill. That's and Blightsteel. Like that's the most expensive cards in this deck, and it accounts for almost a third of the deck's price. So not bad. And I think there was one other card that was somewhat expensive. I'm trying to remember now which one it was. Oh, right. It was Kodama of the West Tree, the one that lets you get lands on your modified creatures. but amongst those 4 cards, that accounts for like half of the price of this deck, which is, according to Archidect, the estimated deck cost with prices based off of Card Kingdom, about $323, which, again, for being a deck that I built out of a lot of the stuff I just had around, not too bad. So, again, a lot of your common lands you'll find in commander decks. We have Path of Ancestry, enters tapped. Taps for a mana of any color in your commander's color identity. When it's used to cast a creature that shares a creature type with your commander, you scry one. So pretty much if you're casting Aloy or one Vuli, you get to scry. There's not a lot of creatures that share creature types, but scrying on Aloy, not bad. You want to be able to manipulate the top of your deck if you're going to be doing discovery. Next up, we have Breeding Pool. This is a shock land. This is one of the pricier cards in the deck as well. Because good dual color lands that can come in untapped can be pricey. This land itself is about $35 because it's in foil. And this was the Galaxy foil, or not Galaxy foil. This was the Infinity version of this shock land. Breeding Pool, it's a land, it's a forest island, so it has both of the basic land types, but is not a basic land. As it enters, you can pay 2 life. If you do, it enters untapped. Or rather, if you don't, it enters tapped. So it's just a good dual color land. I just thought it was pretty. I had a copy that I wasn't running in anything, so I figured this would be a good home for it. Next, we have Meditation Pools. Land enters tapped. This is one of the dual color lands from Avatar. Taps for a green or a blue. You can pay for, tap, and sacrifice this land to draw a card. So late game, if you just have more mana than you need, you can draw cards off of it. I think these are pretty sweet dual lands. Next up, we have Thriving Grove. We saw Thriving Isle before. It enters tapped. You choose a color other than green, so in this case it would be blue. You add green or 1 mana of the chosen color, so this just taps for green or blue in our case. Next, we have Guado Salam, Farplane Gateway. This is one of the Final Fantasy duels. It is a land town. It enters tapped, taps for green or blue. Pretty straightforward. Next, we have Ba Sing Se, There Is No War Here. This is one of the rare Avatar lands. This land enters tapped unless you control a basic land. We saw the Abandoned Air Temple in the Jin deck. This is the green version of that land. Taps for a green. You can pay 2 and a green to tap, and tap rather, to Earthbend 2. You activate only as a sorcery. This is the ability I was talking about before with Secret Tunnel, where you turn target land into a 0/0 creature with haste that's still a land, and you put a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to the value of Earthbend. So in this case, 2 1/1 counters. When it dies or is exiled, so if that creature land leaves the battlefield by death or exile, you return it tapped. This is great. This is better than that Mana Dork we saw that can just turn them into 3/3 creatures. Plus, with it being 2 1/1 counters, we could use our Mana Dork to turn that land into a 3/3 with 2 counters. Now it's 5 power. That's not nothing. Because this also gives it haste. Next, we have it back. Secret Tunnel, Secret Tunnel, Secret Tunnel. This land can't be blocked, so it works with Ba Sing Se there, or our Mana Dork that turns lands into creatures. Taps for colorless, or pay for 2 target creatures you control that share a creature type, can't be blocked this turn. So if we've got 2 of our constructs, or say we've got 2 of our human creatures, unfortunately you cannot choose Artifact, as that is a super type. That is not a creature type that they share. That is a subtype that they have. But still, it's better Rogue's Passage. And if you earthbend this one, you now have an unblockable land creature, which is pretty great. Next up, we have Opal Palace. This is a bit of a more utility commander card. Taps for colorless. You could pay 1 and tap, so it's got a filter on it. Add 1 mana of any color in your commander's identity. If you spend this mana to cast your commander, it enters the battlefield with a number of additional 1/1 counters on it, equal to the number of times it's been cast from the command zone this game. That tracks the first time you cast it. So our Aloy could enter as a 4/6 on the first time we cast her, which is pretty great. Next, we have Dungeon Descent. This was more of a flavor pick, including this, because you do, delve a lot into old relics in the Horizon series. And I just thought it'd be a fun include because delving into the dungeon is a neat mechanic. So it does enter the battlefield taps for colorless. You could pay for and tap an untapped legendary creature you control, venture into the dungeon, activate only as a sorcery. So the dungeon, with this mechanic, because they did have another one that was in the Baldur's Gate set, but this is the original delving mechanic. So it has you pick one of 3 dungeons, right? And the first time you delve into now you can't choose another dungeon until you finish the one you're in. You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. But you have 3 different dungeons. You have the Tomb of Annihilation. First stage you enter into, each player loses 1 life, and then the next time you delve, you get to choose which direction you go. If you choose Veils of Fear, each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card. Or Oubliette, discard a card and sacrifice an artifact and a creature and a land. So interesting point here. An artifact, a creature, and a land. Note that it doesn't say that they have to be different. So, follow me here. If we earthbend on a land and have the encroaching mycosynth out that turns all of our permanents into artifacts, we could discard a card and sacrifice that land, which is a creature because it's been earthbent, and it's an artifact because of encroaching mycosynth. It triggers all 3 of those, artifact, creature, and land, and because it was earthbent, it'll just return to the battlefield tapped. That's pretty great. Or if you do Veils of Fear, each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card. But then you have an additional cell you have to go through. The Sandfall cell, each player loses 2 life unless they sacrifice an artifact, a creature, or a land. So this is the fast track of doing this both times. This only affects you. This affects everybody. But you do have to do 2 steps to get that far. And then the final level, Cradle of the Death God, you create the Atropol, a legendary 4/4 black god horror creature token with Death Touch, which is conveniently the token that's on the back of the dungeon. So, if you complete the dungeon, you get this guy, the Atropol, 4/4 legendary god horror with Death Touch. The other dungeon you could choose, one of the other dungeons, is the Lost Mine of Fandelver. First level, cave entrance, you get to scry 1. Then you can choose Goblin Lair, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. Conveniently enough, on the 3rd dungeon, the back side of it has your 1/1 goblin. And then from Goblin Lair, you can choose Storeroom to put a 1/1 counter on target creature, or Dark Pool. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Or if we backtrack up to cave entrance here, you could, instead of the Goblin Lair, choose Mine Tunnels, create a treasure token. From there, you could choose the Dark Pool, or Fungi Cavern. Target creature gets -4/-0 until your next turn. Nice little power drop. And then the final level, Temple of Dumathoin, draw a card. Your final dungeon of choice could be Dungeon of the Mad Mage. First, this is the longest dungeon to go through, but has potentially the most rewards you could get, right? Step 1, Yawning Portal, you gain a life. Next level, the dungeon level, scry 1. Next level after that, you can choose between Goblin Bazaar, make a treasure token, or Twisted Caverns, target creature can't attack until your next turn. Nice little way to keep a problematic creature from smacking anybody. You could also use this as a politic thing, do a little diplomacy, and be like, hey, what if I guarantee that this creature can't attack anybody? After that, you go to Lost level, scry 2. Then you can choose Runestone Caverns, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them, which is pretty nice. Or you could choose Murals, I'm going to say, Graveyard. Create 2 1/1 black skeleton creature tokens. Hey, you remember how we had the goblin on the backside of this for the Mines of Phandelver? Well, guess what? We have the skeletons on the back of Phandelver for the Mad Mage. Look at that. It's like they knew. And then from either of those sides, you get to go to the Deep Mines, scry 3. And the final level, Mad Wizard's Lair. Draw 3 cards and reveal them. You may cast one of them without paying its mana cost. So that's why this takes so long to get through. Because the reward at the end of it is pretty good. Then, we're back at the Dungeon Descent there. So we've seen everything that this does. So this was, again, just in there as a flavor include. I thought it was fun to be able to, delve into dungeons since Aloy regularly delves into ruins. Next up, we have the Gold Saucer, Land Town. Taps for colorless. You can pay 2, tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure token. Gamba. Or you can tap 3, tap, and sacrifice 2 artifacts to draw a card, which is the real reason why this is in here. Because if I just absolutely need to draw a card, and I have plenty of artifacts I can get rid of, this is a great way to do that. And now we get into our forest, or our basics. So we have our basic forests here. We have a bunch of the full art foil basics from Final Fantasy. We have some full art basics from Bloomburrow. The neat thing about the Bloomburrow ones is there was 4 different seasons for all of them. So you had winter, autumn, summer, and spring. And it's all the same art, just same place at different seasons of the year, which I thought was really cool. These are the foil full art lands from New Capenna. I really did like the aesthetic for the New Capenna stuff. It looked very cool. The set was pretty decent. It gave us some cool mechanics, but a lot of people slept on it. Then we have our basic islands. These are the ones from Final Fantasy. Then we have Bloomburrow full art lands. This is the springtime, summertime. Then we have New Capenna lands, both in foil. There you go. And that is all of our land base for this deck. And on to our final section. Here is all of the non-permanent spells. So this is going to be all of our instants and sorceries. We're going to talk about the instants first, and then we'll get into the sorceries last. So, first up, we have Ancient Animus. It's a pretty decent removal spell in green. 1 and a green instant, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. If it's legendary, then it fights target creature and opponent controls. So, for 2 mana, you just get a 1/1 counter. But if you're targeting, like, Aloy, now you get a fight spell out of it, which can be pretty decent. Next, we have Lifecrafter's Gift. 3 and a green for an instant. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Then put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it. Hey, remember our artifact creature that taps to put a 1/1 counter on all of our artifact creatures? Or our was it Forbidden Ancient, I think was the name. I've forgotten now. It's getting late. My brain's starting to turn to soup. But great way to just add more 1/1 counters on your stuff for 4 mana. Next, we have Farsight Ritual. 2 and 2 blue for an instant. Has Bargain. You may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or token as you cast this spell, which was kind of a nice little include when I did the dungeon land, because some of them make skeletons, some of them make goblins, one makes the Archipal. Yo, what's up, Legends? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, buddy. Let me get you a shout out here. Here we go. Shout out to Legends DM. There we go. So, it has Bargain. This lets you look at the top 4 cards of your library. If this spell was bargained, look at the top 8 instead. You get to put 2 of them in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, nice little way to, yeah, of course, you're very welcome for the shout out. Just finished playing some Magic? Hell yeah. We're actually almost through talking about Aloy. We already did the Djinn deck, so we're just finishing up. We're talking about our instants, then we're going to show off the sorceries, and then we're all done today. So we've still got a little time. But yeah, this is a great way for you to be able to, you know, pick and choose some cards that you may need, maybe find some answers for only 4 mana, and all you have to do is get rid of an artifact, enchantment, or token, and you look through the top 8. It's a nice, you know, nod to Farsight, the enchantment card. Next, we have Illusionist's Gambit, 2 and 2 blue. This was a bit of a flavor include because, of course, Aloy does use some of the holograms to distract people, right? Set up a clever ruse. So it's an instant spell. Cast this spell only during the declare blocker step on an opponent's turn. So weird little casting restriction there on an instant. But that's because you remove all attacking creatures from combat and untap them. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase, and each of those creatures attacks that combat if able, and they can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. So it's a nifty little get out of jail free card, right? If your opponent is about to send in an alpha strike on you where they're swinging all out on you, this is a great way to be like, nah, you can't attack me, untap your stuff, we move to combat again. All those things still have to attack, but they can't attack me. So it's a great way to send them at your opponents instead. Brainstorm. It's a classic top deck manipulation. 1 blue, instant. Draw 3 cards and put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. This is a great way to set up your discovery with Aloy, because you get to draw 3 and then put 2 back. It doesn't say the 2 you put back have to be from the 3 you just drew. It can be any 2 from your hand. So say you have something you really want to discover into for free, you put that on top. Also, I went with this art here for Brainstorm from Avatar, because this was very reminiscent of the room that you talk to Gaia in Horizon Forbidden West. Looks very much like that map room. And it's just a pretty foil. Next up, we have one of the cards from the Secret Lair that this card, well, the Aloy came from, the Horizon Zero Dawn Secret Lair. Growth Spiral, green and a blue for an instant. Draw a card. You may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. Just a nice little cantrip. Lets you mana ramp a little bit if you got plenty of lands in your hand. And finally, for our final instant, we have Return of the Wild Speaker. 4 and a green for an instant. Choose one. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among non-human creatures you control, which is most of our deck, being those wild artifact creatures. And, or rather, I should say, so either this will let you draw a ton of cards if you have a bunch of non-humans, or non-human creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. So this is a nice little way to end the game if you need to, right? if you've got a ton of artifact creatures out that aren't human, you give them all +3/+3, you send them all into combat, and maybe you just win the game. All right, and finally, onto our sorceries. So, here we have another Universes Beyond card. This was the promo card with the Warhammer 40k Universes Beyond releases. This is Fabricate, 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Lets you search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Pretty great in a Artifacts Matter deck. Just pay 3 mana, get whatever artifact you need. If, funny enough, we saw Encroaching Mycosynth earlier. If you have Encroaching Mycosynth out, all of your permanents are artifacts. Fabricate now gets you anything for 3 mana. Next up, we have the classic green ramp. Cultivate, 2 and a green, sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Reveal those cards, put 1 into the battlefield tapped, and the other into your hand, then shuffle. If you are in green, you should play this card. Every green deck should be running tons of mana ramp. It's one of the things that green gets to do, to as close as they get to do to cheating. Next up, we have Farseek, the final card from our Horizon Zero Dawn Secret Lair. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a plains, island, swamp, or mountain card. Put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Now, remember, we are just in 2 colors. We're in green and blue. So, this basically reads, search your library for an island. Now, why do we want that? We've seen so many of our land. So this card is 2 mana to just get us a basic island. Now, you'll notice, if you're paying close attention, friends, it doesn't say basic. So, that is the reason why that breeding pool is in there. Because Farseek can go get us breeding pool. It is an island. It doesn't say it can't be a forest. It just says it has to be one of those types. So, Farseek is a nice little ramp spell to go get you your breeding pool, which gets you your dual color land there. And finally, the final card of the deck. We're already at the end, friends. I can't believe it. This card, if you can't read Japanese, is called Adventurous Impulse. This is the foil, what did they call it? Mystic Archives from the original Strixhaven set. So the Mystical Archives was the bonus sheet in Strixhaven. It was a bunch of instant and sorcery cards that were all reprinted in the Japanese versions of Strixhaven. In the set boosters, you got these Mystical Archives. They had every single one of the Mystical Archives had different art, and they were all super dope. What does this card do? Well, I'll tell you, friends. Now that we've seen the pretty art version, there you go. What this card does, I keep a bonus copy in with next to my commander because I can't read Japanese. So, Adventurous Impulse, it's 1 green for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land among them. Put it in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So it's a great way to just be like, hey, let me look at the top 3. Do I need a creature right now? Do I need a land right now? What do I need? Let me get that, put it in my hand. There you go. And that's it, friends. Let me flip this camera back around here. Oh, I was so thirsty. There we go. All right. Well, friends, that has been the inaugural episode of Such a Brew About Nothing. I've had a great time showing off these magic decks. I love to share my magic brews. Once again, if you haven't seen yet, the pinned comment at the top of chat has the links to the 2 decks. Confidence is Quiet You're Not, which is our Aloy deck, or This Is Not a Place of Honor, which is our Jin Sakai deck. If you want to check out those deck lists for yourself, you can do so there. We will be back again, of course, returning to our February gameplay schedule. Tuesday, we are going to be diving into, well, it's a replay for me, but we played, technically on stream, we've only played the Orpheus DLC, but we are going to be playing Stray Gods, the role-playing game musical, this Tuesday at 8 p.m. MST, as always. So it's one of my favorite narrative games. It stars Laura Bailey, Ashley Johnson, Troy Baker. If you like musicals, if you like narrative games, if you like vibes, it's great. We'll be playing that Tuesdays in the month of February, including this coming Tuesday. Thursdays for this month, for Fanuary, which I need to remember to change the emotes to the new ones for the month because I forgot because I've been dealing with allergies all day. Thursdays for replay, we are going to be playing through Insomniac's Spider-Man 1, or Marvel Spider-Man, whatever they're calling it. I bet money that Laura Bailey, that Tryon likes Laura Bailey, you would win that bet, Legends. Laura Bailey, I've said it a number of times, Laura Bailey is my favorite voice actor. Regardless of gender, Laura Bailey is my favorite voice actor. Close seconds, I also really like Matt Mercer. I do really like Troy Baker as well. Fun fact, I did accidentally stumble into all Laura Bailey and Troy Baker games this month, because both Troy and Laura are in Stray Gods. And of course, on Thursdays, we are doing replay of Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Man 1, where Laura Bailey plays Mary Jane. Because we've already played Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales, so it just feels right to, you know what, we should go back and play the first Spider-Man. We need to play the first Spooderman game. So, we will do that on Thursdays at 8 p.m. MST as usual. Then on Saturdays for Epic Solo, we will be playing a new game. Well, new to me, certainly. And it's only about a year old. We will be playing through Indiana... I almost said Troy Baker. We'll be playing through Indiana Jones and the Giant Circle... Or the Great Circle? Circle of Giants. James and the Giant Peach. The Indiana Jones game, what came out last year. That stars Troy Baker as Indiana Jones, doing his best Harrison Ford impression. I was pretty excited. I didn't realize the game had come out last year, or I probably would have played it sooner, because I'm a big Indiana Jones fan. So, we'll be playing those games on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays respectively. And of course, we will be back next Sunday with Such a Brew About Nothing, Episode 2. I don't know if we're going to do 2 decks per episode always. I think I wanted to do 2 decks per episode for the premiere, just because it's 2 of my newest decks and my favorites, and I wanted to share them. And especially because Jin Sakai is kind of like, that's my pet deck now, because it's undefeated, and I love Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote, and I also really loved Horizon. I thought that was a great place to start. So I think we're just going to do 1 deck from now on, and unless I need, if we knock out a deck in an hour, then maybe I'll choose a second. But I think for next week, I think I want to talk about our Avatar The Last Airbender deck. I think we should show that one off. It's a pretty fun one. It's called I'm the Avatar, Deal With It. So, of course, if you have followed the links in the pinned comment to our Architect page, you can get a little sneak peek there if you want to take a look at the deck list in advance. But we will at least talk about the Avatar The Last Airbender deck we built. It's 5-color allies deck. And if we have time, if we need to fill more time, then we will probably talk about my 5-color Final Fantasy deck. Just because I really like all of the Universes Beyond stuff. I thought they were super neat. So that is it's a deck helmed by the Wandering Minstrel from Final Fantasy. It's basically just all the dumb, fun Final Fantasy stuff that I've pulled. But we'll have plenty more to talk about in the coming days and weeks as we celebrate Fanuary together. And also stay tuned in the coming weeks as we get closer to the month of March, because I will start officially posting on the schedule what games we'll be playing in March. It'll be super fun. We're doing March is Women's Month, so we're doing a ladies night for all the emotes. Yeah, I do be yapping. That's something I do be doing for sure. Hello Meadow, how are you? Good to see you. We do be yapping. Let me get you a shout out, by the way. There we go. There we go. I don't know why it didn't pop up with your name there. There we go. There we go. Shout out to Meadow, who's the wonderful artist that made our channel art. Yeah, of course, you're very welcome. But yeah, so we'll be having Women's Month in March, and we'll have all games with strong female lead characters, and also happen to coincide to all be games heavily involving androids. So it should be fun. Portal? No, I've played Portal so many times over the years. I've played Portal to death. Portal's a fun game, but yeah. No, the 3 games I did jokingly let chat guess on the last stream for Life is Strange 2 episode 5 that we did on Saturday. But it'll be Detroit Become Human on Tuesdays, Nier Automata on Thursdays, and Stellar Blade on Saturdays. So, all female-led games. Well, Detroit Become Human, you do have 2 other characters, but Kara is really kind of the driving force of the story, if you ask me. She's the story that everybody really cares about because it revolves around Alice and getting to freedom. But yeah, that'll be the 3 games for March. And then, of course, Sundays, we will continue to talk about Magic decks until either I run out of steam, y'all decide that you hate it, or I run out of Magic decks, or whatever comes first. But that will be at least almost 50 weeks at this rate. So we have plenty of decks to talk about. But friends, it is almost 1 in the morning. I do have to work in the AM, so I am an eepy little streamer. I want to thank you all so very much for watching. Hey, if you're watching this on YouTube, or if you've missed any part of the stream and would like to go back and watch it, you can catch it on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/@TriuneSystem. The VODs go live immediately the next day as soon as YouTube finishes processing them. Thank you for the GGs, Spo. I appreciate that. In addition, I will make sure and post links in the description of the YouTube video to the Archidect deck lists, and in the oh, thank you for the new follow. What was the username there? It's Mikey. Thank you for the follow, Mikey. It's Mikey. I appreciate it so much. Hey, congratulations, it's Mikey. Thank you for helping us reach our follower goal, friends. We finally hit triple digits. I mean, we kind of hit it like a few days ago, but then somebody got salty for being a dickhead and unfollowed, so then we didn't hit that goal. Thank you for the 100. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate that, Meadow. Yeah, we hit the triple digits, 100 followers. Let's go. But yeah, so we will. We've got the schedule now announced for the month of February, and I gave you the little teaser on March. Also, all the emote theme for the month of March is gonna be all emotes involving the women's, cause it's Ladies Month, and I'm like halfway there, right? Like half counts, something like that. Yeah, gender fluid, kind of like a lady. I clean up real nice when I want to. I just don't want to right now. Don't judge me. But yeah, friends, I will make sure and post the links to the Architect deck lists, both in the Twitch VOD and in the YouTube VOD. And now I need to get working on uploading said VODs and change the emotes out, because I forgot to today, because I've been dealing with allergies all day. So, friends, we are going to find a raid target. Let's see, do we have any friendos still hanging out playing games? Oh, let me just double check and make sure that JR is still on, because for the first time in forever, yeah, normally JR and I, Team Evil 1991, normally we stream on opposite days. Our schedules just happen to work out like that. So it means that I never get to raid our guru. So we are going to raid the guru. Sound good? Good. Friends, I'm going to be posting some things into chat there. You'll see the raid message come up. If you are not subscribed to the channel, do me a favor and copy that raid message and get ready to post it into JR's channel when we get there. If you are subscribed to the channel, please do me a favor and copy the sub raid message there, as it does use the subscriber emote. I know it doesn't show up in the bot post, but that's because Stream Elements isn't subbed to the channel, and I don't really feel like giving a gift sub to a bot. But I promise if you copy and paste it, it will work if you're subbed. That said, friends, let's get ready to raid the guru. Let me copy our raid message here myself so that I can make sure that I paste it as well, because that would be super embarrassing if the streamer what told you to do things didn't do the things. So, friends, let's get ready to raid JR. He's an absolute sweetheart and a real friend of mine. He's very often first in, last out during any of our streams. Of course, if he wasn't live right now himself, he probably would be here yapping away with all of y'all. So, friends, until the next time. Oh, and also, before I forget, shout out to Omega on Deck. We have posted the link to the playlist on Spotify a few times in the chat. You can also look him up on Spotify, YouTube Music, or here on Twitch, because he also streams and plays video games. Shout out to my friend Omega, who made all of the music that you've been listening to tonight. It's pretty rad. I asked him if he wouldn't mind if I used it for the stream here, and he was like, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, what's it gonna cost? He's like, dude, please, by all means, use my music. So that was super cool of him. I really appreciate him doing me that solid. So definitely please check out Omega on Deck, OMEGAONDECK. Also a little bit of a pun that we're talking about, magic decks, and his is Omega on Deck. Huh? But yeah, friends, until the next time, I've been Triune. You've been amazing. Take care of yourselves and each other, and we will see you in the next one. Good night, everybody. Y'all ready to raid? Let's raid.